And hello everybody, welcome. Hi, I'm feeling a lot better today. Yesterday I just kind of had a migraine that I knew would not leave me in a good space to feel comfortable streaming, but I'm streaming now, and we are playing the finale to Esoteric Ebb, which I feel a bit bittersweet on, because, you know, I have some things with the game's writing that I wasn't the biggest fan of, but I still really enjoyed this game overall. Like, this was one of the most enjoyable experiences I've had in a minute with a game's narrative. So that's on the docket today, but otherwise, things that happened. It's insane. Literally just today, we got the news that PlayStation's wanting to stop disc production by 2028 for their games to just no longer be physical. And this has literally been a reaction in the gaming sphere of, like, Fallout 4, nobody liked that. And it is insane to me how, like, a company that pioneered into CD-ROMs to use for games, one of the linchpins that had gaming on the forefront, has just shot themselves in the foot so severely. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? So that was something I saw today where I was like, God damn it. Because now secondhand markets that would have a lot of PlayStation games are just going to get completely screwed over on this. So that's not good. Yeah, people are just kind of posting memes about it and giving their opinions and thoughts. My thoughts are, it's dumb. PlayStation shouldn't have done that. And in the first place, video game companies should have not made the discs and cartridges of their consoles just keys to access the game. They should just let you have the game on the fucking thing. I miss the memory card era. I never thought I'd say that, but I actually miss the memory card era. I didn't think it'd get this bad, but it has gotten this bad. Fuck. Just fuck. Besides that, I recently finished a book at work. I recently finished a book from Andrew Joseph White called You Weren't Meant to Be Human. It's a horror read, and probably one of the most haunting horror reads I've ever gone through. Like, one of the most haunting horror listens. Like, the way I would describe listening to You Weren't Meant to Be Human is like getting smacked in the face by a gigantic leg of a lamb or something. Like, just getting hit in the face by something and you feel really gross and covered in, like, membrane and blood. That's what it felt like. It's very well written and tackles a lot of themes that should be talked about, but it is not for the faint of heart. It is not for the faint of heart. It does not hold itself back. So, listener or reader discretion advised if you get the book or listen to it. Just, whew. Like, if I was going to introduce Andrew Joseph White's writing to anybody, I would rather you go check out Hell Followed With Us. I really like that book a lot. So, yeah. Besides that, I did my purchases from the summer Steam sale. I don't remember if I've talked about it before, but I did that because there are some good game deals. I just kind of set a particular budget for myself to, you know, get that settled. So now I've got, I got 5 games, and most of those I'll probably play on stream. I got, let's see, for the summer Steam sale, I got Mole, Look Outside, Constance, You Shouldn't Be Here, and fuck, what was the 5th one? Mole, Constance, You Shouldn't Be Here. Hold on, I should have it on my Steam thing. Hold on, let me pull it up. Possessors, that was it. Cause Possessors was like $3, and I've heard, like, not entirely favorable things about that game because it just kind of sounds like Heart Machine's really been on a downhill swing since Solar Ash released way back when in, like, what, 2022? When did Solar Ash come out? Hold on. When did that come out? 2021. Okay, so... Wait, no. Release dates. Oh, okay, so initially 2021 for PS5, PS4, and Windows, and then everything else on 2023. So I just decided to try out their latest game that wasn't attached to Gearbox like Hyper Light Breaker was. And according to what the reviews I've seen say is that the game is getting updated, and Heart Machine permanently lowered the price of that game a few months back, or I think sometime last year, because I guess they just saw the writing on the wall that people were not really liking this game as much as some of their previous stuff, which is really sad, you know, because Heart Machine comes out the gate with a fucking 9 to 9.5 out of 10 banger video game like Hyper Light Drifter. Then Solar Ash comes along, and that's pretty good. And then they get to teaming up with Gearbox in publishing for Hyper Light Breaker, which was fucking disastrous. I was initially really hyped for that game, but then I just kept seeing stuff about it being like, oh, it's gonna be like heavily needed multiplayer, and it's kind of open-ended and all this, and I'm like, this strikes me more as like use Hyper Light with Gearbox wanting to do multiplayer. And it turns out that was the case, because now that game's no longer being developed. And then Possessors comes out, which, you know, looks really cool, but apparently it's kind of missing some stuff that's kind of vital. So I did what any good gamer does and waited for a sale. And because that game was $3, that wasn't too much of a loss for me on my part. So yeah, that was my Steam summer sale purchases. Some of them I'm more excited on versus others. Possessors, I want to give a fair shake on. I genuinely do, because I like Hyper Light Drifter is one of my favorite games of all time, and I really would want to see how Possessors, I don't want to say measures up, but I want to see at the very least how they are nowadays. Heart Machine, like I want to see how they are with their dev process and how that game is, because if it's bad, and if their trajectory keeps going down like this, it's going to be one of the most depressing sights I've seen in gaming. Well, it's going to be a depressing sight. Not the depressing sight, that's the PlayStation news. But it's one of the things in gaming that just makes me a little sad. But Constance I'm really excited for, because a while back I actually looked at that game's demo. And to hear it released to really high acclaim from Metroidvania fans was really nice to see. So as a Metroidvania fan, I will be hopping on that. Don't you worry. Mole, Mole, you know, I checked out that on the whim, and it's getting overwhelmingly positive reception. And I'm like, oh fuck, I need to get on this before it you know, gets spoiled across all platforms. So I don't know when I'll play it, but it's definitely going to be soon. Same thing for Look Outside. I do not know anything about Look Outside besides the initial premise and seeing some monster designs, but that is also on the docket. Basically, I bought most of the games that I bought just for stream purposes, because my off-stream games are ones that, I mean, shit, I haven't even started yet. Work-life balance has been a bit of a bitch with that, but oh well. In any case, that's all that I've gotten for the past weekend and up to now. And right now, we are playing some more Esoteric Ebb. Make sure that it's capturing. Yep, it is. So last we left off here, we talked with a snail person who gave us a bunch of spell scrolls and turned out to be one of the snail people that knew Jor, the creator god, and is an extremely powerful wizard. And through him, we learned about all sorts of histories about the world and about the nature of magic in this world, about how the esoteric events occur, and about the ebbing process being a form of highly dampening effects of essentially cutting off high-level magic to the rest of sentient life here. So we learned about all this, and we were given a bunch of spell scrolls. And one of those spell scrolls isn't to be used. It's more of an accessory for you to have on, which is the spell Wish. And everybody's like, why the fuck do you have Wish? So there's that. And after that, me and Snell then went into this little alcove to the side and found a skull that Viskin knows, who is like a demi-necromancer, and gave us the ability to speak with dead after we spoke with him about his life story. Like, just fascinating stuff, but now that we know Speak with Dead, we're going to go prepare it and talk to the dead elf, because that's been a burning, searing goddamn curiosity of mine ever since we uncovered her. And because we got an emerald, we're going to go to the Sphinx to get her key into the pillar. I don't want to be beholden to Viskin. And I, for certain, was not going to go to the Eldritch Monster in the sewers and become a warlock for him. Like, that sounds like an interesting prospect, but I'd rather talk to the Sphinx. But yeah, that's pretty much everything, if I remember right. A lot happened, so I'm just tired. I've been very tired, but we're gonna end this today, and I'm gonna be sad to see it done. Oh yeah, we met the merman, and turns out he's like completely ambivalent to so much around him, and he is a landlord, so ew. So yeah, we are near the end. So what we're gonna do is prepare Speak with Dead, and cast Speak with Dead on the elf. So we're gonna go down there. Oh, excuse me. Move my head. All right. Prepare spells. We want to keep all these. Where is Speak with Dead? We'll keep Grease. Comprehend languages. Bless. Speak with animals. Where are you? Prayer of healing. Speak with Dead's a 3rd level. Aha. Speak with plants. Enhance ability. And inflict wounds. Let's do that. And we're going to cast Enhance ability, because if we're going to be going through a dialogue on this, we best have our abilities boosted for this. The elf corpse lies motionless on the slab. Cast Speak with Dead. With little fanfare nor any magical sparks, you see a slight twitch on the scorched body. As long as the mouth remains somewhat intact, the spell will allow it to speak. There is something wrong about this. As if they weren't turned to a coal-like substance, the lips begin to move. Like sludge. A faint wheezing comes out of its throat. Horrific. Do I ask him present or past tense? It does not matter. The elf will not be aware of your perspective. As such, will interpret any question such as, what was your name, as what is your name? What are the rules of this again? 5 questions. The spirit of the deceased is under no obligation to answer truthfully. Considering you're just a random cleric, the answers should be fair. The soul itself cannot learn new information. You are not speaking to the actual person, but rather just speaking with a mirror of its mind at the point of death. Souls can only be animated by Speak with Dead once per week. This is your only opportunity. Okay, I'm ready. Remember, cleric, 5 questions. That's all you get, so make them count. Be polite. Ask her if you can get her a tea or something. She obviously liked tea. What was your name? Pinja Athea. Yeah, sounds elven. Didn't you? Yes, you spoke with this elf. Or did you? You okay, cleric? Snell, I know this elf. He scoffs. Good one, like you would mingle with elves. Nervously adjust your helmet. His eyes go back and forth between you and the corpse. You serious? I met an elf with that name. Huh? When exactly? On a ledge, Upper Tolstead. Oh, it's her! I was wondering where she went. Okay. You were there. Or maybe you weren't? Sorry to say, I don't remember seeing any elf up there. I only know Nissa. But last time I checked, she was very much alive. This truly is an esoteric event. I normally just say you're misremembering, but weird shit has happened. Like a dead elf in a tea shop that blew up. I was going to suggest the Muletown incident, but sure. 4 questions remaining. Why were you in the tea shop when it exploded? A meeting. A planned meeting. With my friend. The lovely hag. Snell gives you a look. It's confirmed then. Lisa. That's 2. 3 more questions. What was this meeting you had planned in the tea shop? It was a sale, a negotiation with my Free Strider contact. Oh, interesting. 3 asked. 2 more. Who actually came to this meeting? Not the one I expected. You see Snell mouth. And? It was. The ruined body convulses, soot and charred flesh cracking and creasing, as if it is attempting to rise, to get away. The state. Huh? One of her hands, burnt and stale, attempts to unfurl its fingers. It breaks as it does, black dust falling to the table. But it is clear. She is attempting to point. It was you. 1 question left. Make it count. So the state came in because she was a dangerous Free Strider agent. Who killed you? I did. The goblin leans in, eyebrows raised. Fascism chose the path. I chose the end. He scowls. Huh. Fascism forced her to blow up the tea shop, right? She was forced to do it by fascism. The goblin shrugs. The Elim could be considered fascists. As could every effective government. That is reductive. A fascist state would be described as such when its core does not uphold values of personal rights. Honestly, fascist is used by commoners to describe any authority these days. The common thought is important. If so many speak of fascism, perhaps one should learn to listen. If we listen to every commoner, we'll soon be charging right off a cliff. The corpse's mouth stiffens once more, and the mimicking of life ends. That is 5. All right, cool. What did we learn? It's an elf? That's true. It's an elf. An elf that you've met at some point, apparently. But whoever showed up wasn't her friend. Instead, he gives you a solid stare. She said it was you. I was not at the tea shop during the explosion. Yeah? But you did know this elf, or what? I was at the towers. My patriarch can vouch for me, even if he really doesn't like me. I mean, yeah, if we have a genuine alibi. I believe you. Snell, I saw the elf after the explosion. Well, that's not possible. What, she got a twin? I'm thinking more of a ghost-type encounter. Esoteric vision. Yeah, that speaks more into what likely it might have been. I see. My head is a mess, but... Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Huh? We sent for you. If there was some deep state conspiracy and you somehow blew up the tea shop, why would they send you to investigate it? Maybe the deep state conspirators are idiots? That's probably true either way. So don't worry, I don't suspect you of anything. My guess is, it's another agent of the state responsible. Yeah, to silence her, and to stop the Free Striders because they were actually being a threat to the Norvikian party. What? The elf points at you, or tries to, and says you're the one who she saw at the tea shop. Yeah, no, she means a cleric, or an earth god, or something like that. 100%. That makes a lot more sense than me having amnesia. I was starting to doubt my own sanity there for a second. Yeah, it's not like memory-changing spells don't exist, but it's too much. Gotta follow the simplest answer. And that's not you being a secret bad guy. So now, we look into Merodoc's claims. If there's a way for us to get into the pillar, that's what we gotta do. Some interesting stuff to think about. The goblin nods, then gives you a thumbs up. Nice job on the spell, cleric. Give him a thumbs up back, then leave. Shit. And that's likely the only body they'll let us converse with. Yes, he says with a smile, putting away some of the documents before him. I was dead when I was brought here. Yes, he admits it so easily. I apologize for not telling you the truth earlier. I was advised not to. He puts down his pen and looks you dead in the eyes. When you arrived here, you were deceased, sometime in the night from drowning. Right. Approximately 3 hours before arrival, I immediately began the formula? What the fuck was that word? The formal procedure until I received word from Lady Sageleaf, along with payment. Sageleaf? He nods. She wanted you alive. The lady had been notified of your arrival here. As such, I prepared a resurrection. You rezzed me? I rezzed you, yes. That's powerful magic. It is. I have my sources. The Pale Man holds incredible power, if he is able to bypass the esoteric limitation. However, I suggest you speak with Lady Sageleaf about this, if you require answers. I am simply a middleman in this. Snell? The goblin gives you a conflicted expression. I didn't know, cleric. I really didn't. He did not. Lady Sageleaf instructed me to not inform anyone, even her own agents. Also, ad break starting in about 4.5 minutes, heads up. No need to be paranoid. Everyone's lying to me! Correction, I was lying to you. Lady Sageleaf potentially as well. Snell scratches his chin. I'm not entirely sure how to feel about this. The old lady isn't one to spend money on resurrecting a city cleric. But I'm guessing she didn't want to wait for another one to appear. We should go speak with her, but remember that she paid for your resurrection, cleric. That is true, she seemed nice enough. I wouldn't use nice, but she's at least very, very competent. The goblin is telling the truth. You can read it in his eyes. It was a lie, but it was a lie for expediency. What spell did you use to revive me? He is quiet for several seconds, considering if he should share this knowledge. A modification, then. A personal resurrection spell. Raise dead. With changes. It is not the original spell, as I'm sure you understand. Viskin's Raise Dead. My spell requires a higher cost, while lowering the spell's complexity in return. A higher cost, like a blood cost? No, cleric. The new cost is doubled, 1,000 crowns, which is not too bad. Waste of money. The pale man stares at you. Is this why I lost my ability to cast higher level spells? Potentially. Whatever issue your body and soul appeared to have had with my spell, it was not permanent. Yeah, I've rebounded quickly. Yes, indeed. I felt really weird when I woke up. Like, different. Is that your dark magic also? That can happen, yes. As it can with any resurrection magic when a soul is given sufficient time spent away from its body. So my soul is ruined. No. His cold voice shows no interest in your personal business. Right, I'll go speak with Lady Sageleaf. Good idea. The pale man was simply an instrument. But it is good to understand this game you've been entangled with. Thank you. Bye. Shit. Okay, so he used a modified Raise Dead spell. Huh. Alright, well, we're going to go talk to her right the fuck now. Because, holy shit, so she paid for us to come back from the dead. Alright. Let's talk. Cleric, the lady leans back in her throne. You've returned. You resurrected me. That's a bit of a simplification, isn't it? I paid Viskin to resurrect you. What? Because you were foolish enough to get yourself killed right as you arrived on Tolstad. Like an idiot. Hold on a second, She lets out a roar. All the goblin workers in the garden stop for a second to stare at you. Stare at her. Perhaps I should have told you the truth. Perhaps I should have not. Nonetheless, this is the case. You died in the river. You fell, and I did not want to wait for another damn cleric to waddle their way in here another week or so. So when your corpse was discovered, I decided to pay the cost of resurrection. You're welcome. Also, ad break's about to start, so we're going to go into 3 minutes with an hour of no pre-rolls after, so hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we will be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. All right. So, you're welcome. Her words drip with poisonous venom. Then, what about the assassin trying to kill me? Could that have something to do with it? She scoffs. Yes, I've had reports about that. Not good. Quite bad, in fact. But we have no information to act on it. Whoever or whatever is behind it should also be apprehended. Right, Snell? Yes, my lady. I'll make sure of it. Did Snell know about this? No, cleric. I didn't, actually. He sounds hurt. Perhaps she did not believe it to be relevant for him. She scoffs. You were busy, Snell, and I assumed it was better to leave you in the dark, for now. I hope you are not cross with me. No, Lady Sageleaf. I'm just a bit shocked, I guess. Do you have some sort of shady deal with Viskin or something? That's not how I would describe it, but sure. We share information and have a mutually beneficial relationship. Like adults, we speak with one another, and sometimes I pay him to perform services. It's called business. Nothing shady about it. Sort of shady, yeah, but smart. Interesting. She hired the Pale Man for his powers, but why would he work with her? I'm happy to be alive, I guess. I'm happy you're alive too, cleric, as long as it means you'll be performing your services here on Tolstad. So do that, then. Make me proud. She throws a glance to Snell. He bows his head. That's all for now. Actually, wait, no, not all for now. Can I tell her? Some things to report. Damn it. Alright. Thought I could tell her that Darrow's daughter was the one behind behind the assassination attempts. Well, specifically, it was Darrow's daughter's warlock patron, but, you know, she pushed me off the side of the bridge, and she also tried to kill me multiple times. Alright, let's go turn this emerald into the Sphinx, and then we can get that key to go into the pillar. And I'm guessing going into the pillar really is the last thing we do in this game. And there's more stuff, of course, but... I mean, I missed out on a few quests. I missed out on the milk delivery quest, which... It's funny that that's even considered a quest, but, you know, it's a thing to have done for some extra money at the beginning that I just neglected. Alright. The Sphinx takes a sip from her barrel of wine. Little one, she says, and looks directly at you. I use the deck. Oh, right. So, I ended up having to look up the solution to the riddle. I didn't realize I could go onto the stage here, so what I was supposed to do was light these braziers and then go into this wall using Druidcraft, and I got the deck of many things. And I used it and got like 50,000 crowns and something else. I forgot what the other thing was, but I did get some stuff. And you're still alive. Impressive. Her eyes glow for a moment, and she looks upwards to the ceiling. Ah. Yes, I see it. You received quite the fascinating fate. I did, didn't I? She smiles. The Sphinx shows you a row of sharp teeth. You've made this heartbeat of a moment a bit more interesting for me. Thank you for that, little one. You have entertained this ancient being. Making friends with Anticipalians is obviously your specialty at this point. You got something out of it then. The good humor of a local Sphinx. Anyway, we should head out. Got lots to do. Can I retry? DC 20. But I already am. No, I'm going on a date with Etir, the angel. The Sphinx will be. I'll ask the Sphinx out in a different playthrough, because I do actually feel like I want to play this again. Because honestly, I've missed out on some things, and this game's fascinating to me. I need help entering. I see. May I? The Sphinx extends a paw. Sure. Hand her the emerald. Yes, there it is. She grips it between two claws, holding it up to her large cat-like eyes. Do you use some esoteric power to attune it? No. She hands the gemstone back to you. Huh? It is done. I've attuned it. No magic spells? Smoke and mirrors? The esoteric is not always so showy, you know. She lets out a purring laugh. Take this stone to the pillar, and it will allow you entrance. In fact, it will remain open for any of your companions as well. She quickly mumbles something to herself. It's a sad look she gives you. Or she's giving you. I hope to see you again, cleric, if you survive the journey. Bow your head. My Sphinx? She bows her head. The Sphinx is worried for your health. And your soul. I'll be going now. Alright. That's another point. Actually, probably another conversation to have with our stats here. Right? Yeah, we also... Okay, so because I didn't survive the Lich House attack, or survive the Lich House before, yeah, there's just so many... There's some... Well, not so many, but there's a lot of quests to have to account for on this. So next playthrough, I'm definitely going to try for, doing more of them. Who would have imagined such a thing? The beatings of life upon the shores, each wave another painful twinge. The heart laid square, blood in veins, fear in glands, peace upon the earth. The smoking man in the pillar. I have the key. Now I'm ready to dive in. Diving is down. This is up. Secret laid bare. Soon-ish. Which method? I'll use Ulzis's gemstone to open the way. A creature of ancient breath, its wisdom wrought in divine slop. Grand vision, little love, drunk on life and its promises. She is not a force of good, no longer. Now, she is but a spirit for barrels and drink. The path forward lay clear nonetheless, as your journey comes to a close. But, who is the man? The smoking man? I have a list of... Oh my... Jesus Christ! Pinja. No, wait, shit, I already thought of that. Hold on, let's read through these. It's me, it's Snell, it's Pinja, it's Viskin, it's Ost, it's Raz, it's a doppelganger disguised as Viskin. It's the Duck, it's Kraid, it's Axel, it's Alphaz, it's Arn. He always looked suspicious. It's Avicness, the weird-looking dockworker guy. It's Bondevol, it's Braxo, it's Drummer, it's Everglad, it's Freitas. She did try to kill me a couple of times. It's Lord Gorm, the missing paladin. It's Gorgalash, the bastard. It's Isk Urum, the snail must have done it. It's Ambassador Ivix? I don't think I've... Have I met that guy? I don't think I have. Oh, wait, no, the angel. I'm stupid. Yeah, the angel. It's Lisa. It's Meek. It's Prince Meriadoc. It's Lady Sageleaf. That'd be a twist, wouldn't it? It's Asgal himself, risen from the grave. It's Moongor. It's our dear musician, Miss Nearly. It's Nassan. It's Ulzis. That Sphinx must have had too much to drink one day. It's Oyugui, the traveling merchant. It was Pinja. No, wait. Shit. I already thought of that. It's the potion seller. It's Rick Spitter. It's Rollo. It's the seagull, that monster. It's Sir Triban, the local cat. It's Smarter. He's the... I don't know these two. It's Thalasos. It has to be Vera. She knows something off about that orc. Or I know there's something off about that orc. So that's all the characters we've encountered. But I want to say the seagull because I think that'd be funny. Your gut is telling you, no, that is untrue. Not the case. False. Yeah, I was joking. A joke. A jest. However, in that you shall find the dark belly of the soul, that which hides within and spews without. As will you, the heart, that beating thing which dreams of a world without strife. One of love and community, of friends, one friend, dear oh dear, haratat mit, hjartat meet. It is very close now. It almost makes you think of what you will find in a different light. There. Good Lord, you don't stay hydrated even for a little bit and you mess up your words. It almost makes you think of what you will find in a different light. A question of broader implications. In effect, why did this happen? And what is this burning stake of a quest drawn into your flesh? What is it actually about? Is it so simple of a question? That thought that causes your muscles to tense up and cramp. The question you've been asking yourself since you were 5 years old. What is a good man? And does it seem they are all dead and buried long before your time? Tell me about Dark Belly of the Soul, feeding the end, or facing the end to see the light. Resistance to damage. Okay. Hjertat mitt. Hjertat. Hjertat? Hjertat. Hold everyone and everything in your heart. If there is no space, fix it or die. Literally fix your hearts or die. Each level of exhaustion grants +1 to each tree. Oh! And a good man. It drives you. It fuels you. The dream of becoming exactly what you were meant to be. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one, because that's pretty good. Don't beckon the storm. Carpe tenebras. Love. There is love for all in your chest. I feel like the end is near. Well, I actually, before I do anything else, I want to go talk to Lisa. I want to see if she has any more dialogue for me since I spoke with the elf. Shit. Alright, slow as a snail. Jump. Just get through all this, because it's the same spiel. Probably could have just fast traveled down here, but oh well. All right, in we go. Just to see if she has anything else to say to us. The hag leans over her cauldron. Right, nothing. Worth a try. Yeah. Like, there's these 3 quests, which I haven't even found yet. So, chances are they're probably locked to a particular style of play that you may need to go through. Like if you're going to go more of a strength-ish type of run or a intelligence-based one, like it really is all like, how are you playing the character and getting these quests in a particular way. Because sometimes a quest will be just genuinely locked behind what you do in the game, or what you decide to play as. Alright. No other delays. I cannot think of anything else that we can do. The Pillar of Jordan towers before you. Oh, I have to go to the top. Right. All right. Let's do this. The Pillar of Jor towers before you. He is speaking to you. Touch the pillar. So someone went inside this thing, huh? Yes. It appears so. You'll have to be real careful if you want to follow into a gate like this. But you can do it. Begin the process of entering the Pillar of Jor. If you do this, there is no going back. The gate might never allow you to return. Make sure you have finished all your other quests. But don't worry too much about loose ends, unless you're gonna act all quest obsessed. And check up on your consumables and go on. And check up on your blah. God damn it. It's not helping that I'm drowsy too. I fucking hate this weather. It's been like really, really goddamn hot lately. Like this week is miserably blazing. And check up on your consumables and so on. Don't want to run out in the beyond. Are you ready? This is the point of no return. You will be given a free long rest once you choose a method of entering the pillar. You will need it for the journey to come. With those thoughts out of the way, how exactly do you wish to enter the pillar? Using the gemstone from Ulzis would lock you into a path, but it could take some time to activate it properly. As you deliberate over your situation, a tear descends from above. She is ready to go with you. Are you just chilling here, Atir? I saw you approach. Cleric, I am ready to depart at your call. Happy to have you. She does not like to be called that. Do not call me that. This journey will be a tough... Oh, I'm sorry. Oops. Yet I am confident we shall succeed. Her many eyes focus on the pillar. Hold on, what are the other... Snow would be scared if you didn't come along. That's not... He gives the angel a look. Actually, it does make me slightly less worried about a sudden esoteric death. The telepathic voice makes a sudden, stilted, emotionless sound. A laugh. You are welcome, Snell. This journey will be a tough... Okay, so same deal. I just wanted to say happy to have her with us. All right. Use the Sphinx-attuned gemstone to open it. As you take out the gemstone, you feel it tingling in your hand. Ulzis was very much correct. The emerald is now attuned to the pillar. It throbs excitedly as you bring it closer. In an instant, you watch it begin to fade. Look at the gem. Within seconds, the stone is almost translucent in your hand. Then gone, as if it turned into thin air. In your mind, a voice whispers to you in an alluring tone. It will take some time, Cleric. Just wait a moment. The gate shall open to you soon. Oh my god, you're in my head? This is a pre-recorded message. I cannot respond to you. I placed it within the attunement strings. Nifty, right? Anyway, this should be enough. I think it's limited to 50 words, which is... The voice goes silent. Practical magic. The goblin laughs. Was that 50 words? It was. You have time. Use it to rest. Last chance. You sure you want to come with, Snell? He says nothing for a while. The goblin just looks up at the pillar. Yeah. I don't know. It might seem crazy, but from everything I've seen so far, if I just leave this be, if we don't pursue this guy, something terrible will happen. I can't be alone in thinking that. You're not. Figured. We can do this. I'm ready. You're still into this whole helping mortals thing, Atir? I am assisting your investigation in all non-city environments, yes. This includes the Far Realm and its many spatial formations. You ever been there before? No, Cleric. I was born upon this plane. The generation before me did not. It shall be interesting to view a realm beyond, if also intimidating. So you're not worried? You get no answer for a few seconds. Yes, Cleric. There are many unaccounted questions about this type of journey. However, it shall be done. There is no doubt in my mind. Right. Yes. Thanks for coming along. She nods. How about you, Meek? You ready to head into the beyond?
Sorry, where?
The beyond.
Meek has clearly not been paying attention to current events. Is this danger for Meek?
Potentially.
That is scary, but... Okay, Meek will guide Cleric past any trap. There is trapping beyond, right?
Of course there are. There are all kinds of nasty traps.
Yeah, great. Meek will help.
God, I need to sit down. Do not worry, Snell. There are surely no folk-made traps in that place. Only beasts of the Far Realm. Great, thanks. I'd like to unsubscribe from Far Realm facts for now, please. I am not a subscription service, Snell. The goblin hunches down and closes his eyes, taking deep breaths. This seems really dangerous, even for me. Yes, it might be your end. However, is it not more important to make sure this does not happen again? It's risky. Might pay off, but it's risky. It is a foolish thing to throw oneself into the abyss. Yet, in this particular case, it appears to be the only option you are left with, if you wish to continue this journey. Complete your free, long rest. You close your eyes. You feel the pillar rising above the clouds beneath the earth, piercing the veil of something beyond. You are ready. Snell takes a deep breath. Atir's halo is spinning faster. Am I ready? No. Alas, you shall do it nonetheless. Use the gemstone. Holding out the emerald, it does not appear magical. It does not glow nor show any type of esoteric tingle until you bring it closer to the surface of the pillar. Touch the pillar. Flashbang. You soar, the air crooning, deafening and silent, profound and debauch. It does not stop. Try to scream. But the force is too loud. Attempt to move in the direction of out. Do anything. And you join in further. Treble, drilling, catching, burning. All senses alert, no chime to guide. Try to think about your party. The scarf grips you. The angel is close. The goblin clings to life, or a goblin clings to life. You are on a path, carefully closing, quickly cutting, violently pressing. There is a calming pressure rising. Huh? Your earthly organs compromising. Ugh! Each orb and lobe so gently breathing. You are dead. An interconnected disbelieving. See it, just beyond. Just like a bell begun to ring. Oh no. This path of yours is just a string. Until one. Until one. Enter the beyond. Endless. Look around. There is nothing. Look below. Water? No. This is an esoteric substance. Look at yourself. You are whole, but shaken.
What did Master do? This is...
Your scarf crawls back into itself and does not say more. You must begin. Seek what you are meant to find. Where am I? That's a cool sequence. Snell? It's here? I don't even have access to my spellbook or inventory. Shit. Shit. This is a terrible idea. Just you and the void. There's no getting around it this time. This sucks. This sucks.
Yeah, it sucks.
Fear. Deep, unnerving. Your stomach churns with primal dread. Huh? beyond stares back at you. You feel everything and nothing. A sliver of light balanced upon the esoteric surface. Follow it. Calculate. Process. Find the pattern. You know the beyond defies all logic. It is pure esotericness. You alone can conquer it. This is not a moment to contemplate. This is when you act. Hey! No. Not again. Charisma failure. You are completely alone. Blinded by the strange lights above, your eyes adjust. You peer onwards. In the darkness, you see a pillar of light. Something beckons you forth. Oh. All is not lost. Prepare spells? A shrine here? I think I'm about as good as I can get. Yeah. Well. Do that. And you know what? Augury. A string. Where will it lead me? There, I see it. It says... Wheel. Alright, so our next roll's a good one. Lucky me. Yeah. Alright, F5. Behold. The cobbler. A cobbler. There's a sadness in his voice. The type born from years of watching your children go astray. Alright. Here we go. Sorry, big yawn. Hello. The old man works at the counter, tiny hammer in one hand, boot in the other. Hello. He gives you a glance and a polite nod. Then he keeps working, still focused on settling a strap from the boot. You're a shoe repairer? The old man lets out a short laugh. Let me ask you something. Do you believe yourself to be naturally funny, or is there effort involved? I don't understand the question. He nods and chuckles to himself. I'm a shoe repairer, yes. And a cobbler. What are you doing here? Work, mainly. He is at peace. Is it fun? Honestly, yes. I enjoy it quite a bit. As long as there are feet on the ground, there are shoes for tending. That's what my father always said. Why is he talking about his dad? Uh, were you close with your father? The old man looks at you, adjusting his glasses. That is a difficult question, but a good one. He grabs a tang to rip some leather off the sole. I think the best thing I can tell you is another saying of my dear old father. We are nothing but the worst parts of our parents, with a splash of random ego. With a smirk, the old man then leans in and says, He read too many books. What are you working on? A Legionnaire's boot. Not the enchanted kind, that wouldn't fall apart this easily. It needs a sole replacement, new studs and hobnails. You know much about boots? I wear them. He looks down at your feet. Earthguard standards. Of course, what else? He points his hammer at you and says, You know those? They wanted to send you out in nailbacks originally. Nailbacks? Could you imagine? Blisters, blisters, blisters. Such a shoe enthusiast. The old man shakes his head and clicks his tongue. Thank Till for the soft striders. Till, a god of beasts, tannery, and trade among the Viking folk of Old Deminor. She is seen as a forgotten god in the post-war era. Only very old earth folk invoke her name these days. Interesting. The old man speaks of an old god. Yes, from before the journey west. When our people's homeland in Old Deminor was destroyed by the Arcanists, we left the old gods behind. Only a Viking would invoke them. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that feels accurate. Where do you come from? Not from money, nor greatness of any kind. If I had to extract some source, one point of origin for myself, that would be just a small, unfortunate village on the coast. He grabs some fresh nails from a bucket under the workbench. I was born to do this, he says, and hammers one of them into the bottom of the boot. Good, fair, decent service. What are you voting in the election? I had to do it. He keeps working and doesn't answer your question for a while. He mutters out, There's no perfect choice, is there? If you want good outcome for the working class, vote for Asgalists. Yes, the less fortunate form the backbone of society, after all. Bound together, people can move mountains, after all. He smiles. Who are you? Knut, son of Tolke. That is my name. A good name. He keeps working on the boot. It is time to inquire. Why are you in the beyond, Knut? Oh, I died. I've been here for years. You're dead? Everything here is not so material. You included, if you stay too long. He holds up the boot, looking at its bottom with one eye closed. It's a tunnel. A right-going way ahead straight outside. I've been left behind for a bit longer, though. Just a bit longer. You're stuck here? I'd like to think it as an unpaid vacation. The old man places down his boot and hammer. Gently, as if placing his own child upon the bench. Run, cleric. He is not evil, nor his hands clean. I cannot speak with him myself, sadly. So I ask you, please, handle it with heart and grace. He is here, the one you were looking for. He's here? By the stairs, yes. Go to him, before it's too late. The old man points to his left. You know you cannot ask this man more, for he cannot tell you. Go. Go and face the one you have been searching for all this time. Ignore this ghost. You've got work to do. What should I do? He gives you the look of a father looking upon his confused and lost son. I don't know. He turns around and taps you on the shoulder. His hand. It is warm. But I know you will. You will. Thank you. To his left, huh? Not quite apples. The idea of apples. Of course, you get 27 apples out of it. Amazing. We cannot run here. Okay, wait. No, we can. You see him in the dark. The last sun. The duck! Greetings. Or no, Lord Gorm. Whoops. Sorry, I saw the shredded cape and I immediately thought of the duck. Greetings, brother. Greetings. He bows before you. My name is Gorm Skaldemon, loyal servant of Earth. I need your help. You see the writhing corruption upon his arm. It causes him to shake. Lord Gorm! Touched by the void. So that is how it is. I wasn't a rogue spellcaster. A rogue paladin. You need my help? I do. I do. The paladin performs a perfectly executed fist-on-chest salute. As he does, you notice the longsword sheathed at his hip. He does not see you as a threat. The state has fallen, brother, he says, and lets out a crackling cough. In my grief and anger, I have made some egregious choices. Are you talking about the tea shop? Among others, yes. The broken man lifts his helm, revealing a rugged face covered in layers of sweat and ash. Gods, he says, pressing his not-as-ruined hand against his brow. It should never have come to this. Sorrow in his eyes, meeting your gaze. How many years have you served? 5 at the towers. Then, you know well the particulars of Earthgod politics. Akisam was struck by a feeble mind spell over 3 years ago. What? He is hidden away, in his palace manor, for all this time. The Lord Patriarch. Oh, so the Patriarch has been hit by... Oh, no. Lord Patriarch is not mentally there enough to rule. Yes, the city is now yet a headless chicken, run by a cabal of magistrates. On a cursed evening 3 years ago, the leader of Norvik was as good as assassinated. They decided to keep it a secret. Their reasoning was simple. It was for the security of the city. Without Earth, we have no protocol on the transfer of power. None revealed to the public, at least. Have you seen Lord Akisam? I have. I was one of the few to be granted an audience about a year ago. Our Lord Patriarch is lost in his own mind. No restorative magic takes. None we are able to muster, at least. Hold on, are you sure the Lord Patriarch isn't just old? That's what most people think. Who knows about this? Few. The magistrates. Some of the patriarchs. All of them sworn party officials, including me, despite my lower status as a paladin. It is a tightly guarded secret. They are sworn? How terrible. And none of them have told the people? They cannot. Nor can I. Why did they keep it a secret? They said it was considered dangerous for him to falter after serving for so long. Better to hold up a puppet until the election. Or that is what they decided. I was not in that particular smoky room. Who cast the feeble mind spell? Enemies of the state. They broke into his manor at night. Then they got away. The magistrates pointed to cultists. I went looking. I was unable to find any proof of such activities. That reasoning is why no one questioned his absence. However, Akisam was a shrewd man, and a hale one at that. He would eventually be taken by age, of course, but not like this. This was sudden and total in eclipsing his mind. Foul magic at work. Why are you telling me this? Why are you here, brother? I believe those two questions have the same answer. What do you mean about the transfer of power not being revealed? It was kept hidden. What was? Earth's legacy. His instructions. The magistrates and the Lord Patriarch were provided with guidelines for the eventual death of Akisam. How did you see these guidelines? I found them in Akisam's chamber when I was allowed to visit him. It was as if the old man was guiding me to them, even in his feeble state. Or someone else was. Tell me, now. He grabs his corrupted arm to stop the twitching. Then he speaks in a regal tone. Upon the death of the behest of his lordship Akisam, a provincial government will be declared. He closes his eyes, reciting the words as if they were scratched on the back of his eyelids. This government shall have 2 years to oversee an electoral process, at the end of which a permanent government chosen by the people shall be enacted. This provincial government shall be headed by 2 individuals with shared power and responsibility to provide full suffrage to all citizens of Norvik. The first individual shall be elected by all active clerical patriarchs within 7 days. The second individual shall be elected by all active guild union leaders within 7 days. He opens his eyes. 1 cleric. 1 Asgalist. Earth's legacy. If either of the provincial electoral processes fail, the individual will be chosen via random lottery at the end of those 7 days. He coughs. The instructions included more details, of course. But this is what Earth wanted from us, brother. This is what Akisam wanted. He was going to step down, retire, to enact this final will of our glorious God. So that is why they feeble-minded him. They could not let Earth's will pass. They could not let go of power. Those corrupt bastards. Yes, brother. That is what they are. Know this. I read Earth's legacy, his last will, over a year ago. Akisam was targeted 3 years ago, right as the election began taking shape. Think about it. If a cleric and an Asgalist were to be put in charge of the entire electoral process, who would lose? Who would possibly want to avoid such a scenario? The Free Striders, and the power behind their Reedsian coffers. He gives you a very tired look. So, the Free Striders were behind the feeble-minding of the king because the potential of Norvik not wanting to work with them anymore would mean really bad things for their shareholders. He gives you a very tired look. I have worked tirelessly to find the truth in this. I used my privileged access to archives, party meetings, documents spanning all districts. The ability to investigate all magistrates without alerting anyone to my intent. It turns out the answer was not so hidden. What did you find? All magistrates have deals with the Ascani Reeds Trading Company. Yep, they're all bought out. In total, approximately 85.5 million crowns in the form of public work investments, guild expansions, targeted tariffs, consultancy fees. The illegal sales of Norvikian property, exclusive land licensing bids, key positions within the district bureaucracies, and sometimes even just gifts. The butchering of our beloved city. This is horrifying. Do you have the receipts? Some. Barely anything. Anything damning is kept under wraps. Everything else looks innocent on the surface. So, yeah. So essentially, the powers that be that are funding the Free Strider Party are essentially coming in and trying to piecemeal and buy up all parts of Norvik using the magistrates of the Norvikian crown to essentially just, as I said, piecemeal the city out to the powers that be so that they could just optimize the city to keep gaining more capital. Honestly, that is horrifying because, again, it's essentially, like, think about it now where so much real estate's getting bought up with data center shit. Yes, it is. Brother. His eyes flick to his arm, his face contorting into a painful wince. I know well why you are here. I am responsible for the explosion. There you go. The elf, she. Gorm lifts his head. Regret. He places his hand upon the pommel of his sword. You killed her. Arguably, yes. Don't try to talk around it. He just looks at you for a moment. The party of Norvik has been entirely corrupted by crowns and foreign interests. He scoffs to himself. Our city sliced up, auctioned up. So what, you turned to dark magic? Break your oath. Fuck your if your system's broken, fuck it. Brother, my oath is not to be broken. I swore my life to the party. A life oath? Why would you? If I spoke to the press, if I spread rumors, if I so much as mentioned their foul play to a beggar on the side of the road. He laughs, nearly tears in his eyes. My body would reject the words, as my soul would reject its vessel. My life forfeit to the whims of this fallen city. His head falls, his shoulders heavy. The burden, the weight of this curse. Nevertheless, a real man would have been able to break it. Lifting his head, his jaw clenched, one hand gripping over the other. I should have been able to. The fact he is telling you this tells you. His soul is already lost to this dominion, to the beyond. But here you are free to speak. Yes. The oath is not broken. I can still feel it. But here, Earth does not watch me. Here, he does not see what a monster I've become. I wish he never does. What did you do? He lifts his mutated arm, the flayed skin pulsating around vein-like tendrils. I sought out the aberration. We all knew he was there. Everglad was never considered a threat down in his flooded temple, nor were his warlocks. I did not imagine he would so easily give me everything I needed. What did he give you? Power. Terrible, terrible power. He clenches his mutated fist. A god never dies, brother. They simply fade from our world. That much was clear when I watched him go. That means with enough power, with the correct esoteric ritual, I can return him to the material reality. He takes a decisive step forward. I can bring back our god. So he sought Everglad to bring Earth back? His face grows dark. I can bring him back. There is nothing but pain in that statement. Whether he speaks truth or no, it does not matter anymore.
He is on this path till the end. 1,400 pounds of silver, branches from 5 trees grown on the soil of his birth, diamonds carrying a worth of 100,000 crowns as per last material break. And
The paladin bites down on his words.
it's all ready. I have it all.
An overwhelming value, even for a high-tier resurrection. For a god, this could very well be a reasonable material cost. What was that fourth thing? What makes you certain it would even work?
A vision, brother. I know this is far-fetched, but here, in this beyond, there are no limits to spellcasting. The rules are different, wilder. There is an esoteric freedom. I've seen into the depths of this place, in all this time I've spent here. I know I ask much of you, brother. I ask for your faith. Faith in this spell and in me. But I swear, Earth is here. Somewhere. Close. I can feel him watching me, giving me these visions.
You don't sound like you know what you're doing.
No, I realize that.
Also, ad break in about 3.5 minutes.
I both look and sound like a raving cultist.
He flexes his mutated hand with another wince. The pain is familiar to him at this point. He seeks it out as much as he wants to avoid it.
So, I've given my body and soul. Why not my dignity as well?
What is this spell called?
I do not care to name it. It does not deserve one.
Why this reservation? A spell needs a name. Something is off. What is he not telling you? What level is this spell?
I do not know. 10th? 11th?
The return of a divine spark? Yes, that should certainly be above 9th. However, the fact he does not know such a basic component tells you everything. So he really is just throwing it all in on this one. When are you casting it?
I've been casting it for days, brother. It is near completion.
How did you learn to cast it?
Everglad's esoteric connection with the beyond allows me to make contact with a number of otherworldly beings. They helped me mold a custom epic tier spell for the sole purpose of resurrecting one specific god. While my appearance has been tainted by this far realm influence, the spell is no foul magic, nor is it in any way influenced by Everglad. This is divine magic at its most powerful.
How did you get all the spell components? That's a lot of crowns worth of stuff.
The branches I secured myself by visiting the Kirstlands. The diamonds and silver, secured via Ilium. By Ilim, not Ilium, Ilim.
The elves paid for your spell.
They did. In full.
What did they wish in return?
The same thing they always wish for. Our eradication.
He coughs and winces.
The Elim wishes to stop free striders from getting a foothold in Ascan. They believe the Earthfolk to be weak without them. Easy prey. They are not wrong, but I played into their assumptions. To them, I was a rogue paladin wanting revenge on my people. One who needed funding to establish a network of dissidents. After a few favors, they gladly provided me with the silver, the diamonds, along with an agent to plant the necklace of fireballs.
You brought the necklace of fireballs into the city?
Yes.
And he gave it to her and it must have gone off. Oh.
I signed the paper to get it through customs without inspection. Then it landed into the hands of that elf. Pinjathena.
The elf in the tea shop.
Yes.
He looks off into the void.
The elf did exactly as her masters ordered. She took the necklace from the shipment on Water Lane. Then she made sure the box was stored in the space underneath the temple.
In Drummer's secret tunnel.
The tea shop owner, yes.
Alright, well the ad break's about to start, so we'll continue this after the ads. So hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Alright. So, He didn't set off the necklace of fireballs. So so that's why the elf Pinja said that she did it to herself, because she was given the necklace and it just went off somehow. Shit. Okay then.
The tea shop owner. Yes. I visited a few times to make certain it was a good spot. Pinja Athena made sure the crate with the hidden necklace was stored inside. It was supposed to stay there until the election. At which point...
What did you do, Gorm? The paladin twitches as his hand appears to tense up. What did you do?
Everglad whispered in my ear that morning. He told me the elf had set up a meeting with a Free Strider agent. I intervened. I entered the tea shop from Pillar Crossing, past the tunnel. I found her sitting in one of the booths. She had the necklace of fireballs in her grasp.
You must have really fucked up that encounter.
More than I ever will understand. The elf was planning on selling it, to make an escape for herself. I don't blame her, but I could not let her take it. The thought, the possibility did not cross my mind. I cast Charm Person on her, though I had forgotten how elves ignore such effects. All paladins are the same. They never think before they act. She reacted violently, threatened to blow us both up. In the last, her mind raced with possibilities, of escape, of solutions. She found none. Again, I do not blame her for this. Before I had a chance to... Before I figured out what to say, I saw it in her eyes.
His gaze no longer focused on the void behind you, now pierces your eyes behind the helm.
She had already made up her mind. Fascism chose the path. I chose the end. Words leaving scorched, reanimated lips. They whisper. They beckon. They scream. I cast Misty Step, reached the edge of the room before it hit the ground. She was incinerated instantaneously. Me, I made it out with the seared flesh. He closes his eyes. She did not suffer, for what little it's worth. She suffered. She suffered every indignity a person can, at the behest of this man. Blue flames, a heat and blast so wild, consciousness is drained from the shock itself. She did not feel the fire, but she felt everything before.
You piece of shit. She blew herself up just to get you.
In vain. A waste of a life.
But why? Why did you need the necklace so much? What were you planning? The paladin looks at you with dead eyes.
Your gut sinks. It conjoins and twirls among the eternal waters, words spoken by the gruff man near breaking your resolve. There is a fourth component to the spell. Stare at him. One final sacrifice.
What is the final component, Lord Gorm? He does not meet your gaze as he says,
the true souls of 27 of his believers.
What?
One soul for each year since his fading, forcibly taken into the beyond. Oh, dear gods. They will be channeled here to this exact corridor upon death, at which point the spell will be cast and Earth will return to the rest of his people.
He closes his eyes and mutters a few words to himself.
A prayer. Disgusting.
What?
Thus I am forsaken.
27 innocent people!
26. I will be the final sacrifice.
You think that makes it okay?
No. None of this is okay. None of this is okay.
Are you insane?
Not yet.
His 2 words are joined by a grim scowl upon his face. That's...
I need your help, brother. Without the necklace of fireballs, it will be a grim task to collect these souls.
He holds out a clenched fist, mutated flesh in a grotesque ball.
Will you assist me in resurrecting our god?
As interesting as seeing an epic tier spell in action would be, do not follow this madman. You have cast so many spells from a position of naive intrigue, where the forces break your very flesh apart, with nothing to show for it. A spell of this value and power. How do you imagine it would end? Exactly as its caster intended? Do not follow this fool into his demise. You are watching a tragedy unfold beneath these stars. This poor man has been driven to the brink of the abyss. He is staring into it. A chronic lack of agency, a zealot on the edge of desperation. These whispers he hears, they cannot be his voice. They are anything but. Please speak to this man. Make him remember the path taught by Earth. Your good God. Take a breath, a deep one.
Take your time.
What gives you the right to make such a sacrifice on their behalf?
Not right. No law. No right. No law. No institution or sanctified right. This is my accursed choice. My evil imposed on the world.
What happens after the spell goes off?
Earth will return from the pillar. My corpse will lay before him, covered in the blood of innocents, put down by some heroic Earth Guard member.
And people will just accept the massacre.
All the people will see is their god returned at a most frightening time, saving them from a mad and corrupted paladin. Earth will heal those hurt. The one who slays me will be heralded as a true hero of the city, and I will be the monster. No one will ever know the truth of this ritual.
Would people actually believe that?
I cannot guarantee anything. No one can.
He has thought through all the minutiae quite well. It is almost a shame his masterstroke is inherently flawed. The Free Striders would not be happy about a resurrected god in Norvik. The Earth folk would rally around him in an instant. Just hold on, there's still time to think this through.
No, brother. You might not realize it, but this place does not conform to the time frame of our existence. To me, since the explosion, it has only been a few hours at best. We do not have time. This must be done now.
Interesting. Yes, time dilation based on spatial placement on the coast is something many scholars focus on. You imagine its effect could be radically stronger here, in this esoteric realm. What's wrong with your arm? The paladin clenches his claw-like tendril.
I reached into the sap of the boundary tree. It gave me a permanent hold on the strings beyond. An awesome power to wield. A terrible price to pay. Everglad merely opened the path for it. But this was the only way for me to truly gain the power to rival Jor. Fit to rival Jor. Even at the cost of my flesh and soul. Horrendous.
The elf didn't have to die then.
No. She was another mistake.
He shakes his head in regret. I don't know why the portrait changed there. He feels the loss, but he has justified it. It is preemptively forgiven, even as he lashes his own back.
I could have let her escape. I could have succeeded in taking the necklace from her. I could also simply have avoided the elves, gotten my components elsewhere. If I'd learned more, if I'd lived better, If I had been more virtuous, there we go. Yeah, not ferocious, virtuous. Alas.
What do you think about the Elim?
The Mender was a powerful queen. Good in her ways. Not too unlike Earth, from what I heard of him. Heard of him. I believe there are lessons to be learned in the rise of her cult post-fading. That is what Earth believed.
So you want me to kill 27 random people?
No. Earth folk only. The spell does not consider their personal beliefs as much as their folk type. Any human living in Norvik will do. Please do your best not to hurt anyone else. The goblin population of Tolstad especially will have to be avoided. Let us not shed their blood in vain.
I don't think Earth wants his people to die either.
Of course not. Earth taught me everything I know, brother. He was a father to me. If he were to see what I have planned, he would kill me on the spot.
Good. His face goes stale.
Even still, I pray you see exactly why it must be done.
I could never.
Never. It's obscene.
I have a scroll of wish that could be used to treat Lord Akasam.
You.
Gorm squints at you and the piece of ancient paper you're waving around.
You have a scroll of wish?
Just hold it up in silence. He looks at it, then looks away.
The Lord Patriarch has been gone far too long, brother. And a wish is quite possibly a madder idea than my own. However, you could see him working it over in his mind.
Well?
I am sorry to say, even with that, I am far too gone in this. And even a wish cannot bring back a god. It is only a 9th level spell. He refutes it. Yet you have pierced his shell. Remind him of his oath.
Try to understand him.
He is alone, tired, weary from decades of fighting for his fated master. He has watched for 27 years how everything they built has fallen apart. The paladin wants to save his people by casting himself as the villain, by destroying innocent lives despite the pain it causes him. Either. Is this what it means to be truly good? To go against everything natural and decent to help uphold future generations?
No, because you can still you uphold future generations by doing good actions and living as good examples. This isn't a good example. Like, he's literally going to do it to innocent people.
No, perhaps not. If empathy is off the table, then sympathy will take its place, despite all the horrors involved.
Lord Gorm, as a paladin of Earth, your vows include a sworn oath to never hurt our people. You have broken that promise. Lord Gorm looks at you, examining you. Mere seconds turning into what feels like excruciating hours.
An empty gaze.
Complete silence, broken by his next words.
Do you know what happens when a god dies, brother?
Don't answer.
I was with him when he faded. Just an old man, wrecked with flashes of memory and fear. Yet in that last fleeting moment, his mind was clear. He spoke to me. Earth spoke to me before his body began to turn itself into a searing hole.
His head lifts in memory.
A flashing golden hue spreading across his bedchamber, collapsing into itself, leaving behind a faint layer of dust upon the sheet. Do you know what he told me?
As he speaks, the paladin smiles. Tell me.
I see stars. He told me, I see stars.
Look up at the gleaming sky. Was it a vision? Is that what all gods experience at the end? Being eaten by your divinity? Lord Gorm sees this as providence.
Yes, I know it. For all my doubts, this I know. My God led me here, brother. There is pain in his voice.
Lord Gorm puts his helm on. Okay, but his armor set's pretty fucking sick. His eyes gleam. His healthy hand grips the flame tongue. He knew
I would end up at these steps into eternity. Earth knew what I was about to do.
Roll initiative. Oh my god, a non-single digit fucking initiative. Finally. Oh my god, he got a nat 20.
You will be the first of 27. It is time.
Gorm immediately swings the flame tongue, the blade of impossibly hot fire arcing towards you. The blade strikes your mail while searing the rest of you. Ooh, this track! Shit! Defeat him. What do I do? Are you deaf? Defeat the traitor. Okay, first, you have to at least remember to breathe. Just breathe. Calm your nerves. You take in air. The mystical, esoteric air. Hazy with embers. Your body is here. It is with you now. Now, fight. Oh, gods.
This ends now. This ends now.
He grabs the blade of his sword, the searing metal pressing against the palm of his mutated, wriggling arm. Swinging it around, the paladin performs a pommel strike, aiming at your neck. He knows the weaknesses of your armor, of course. Beware, a Mordhau. Mordhau, a fighting technique pioneered by halflings during the Coast War, gripping the blade and striking with the pommel or crossguard. It is most useful against enemies in magical plate armor. The flame tongue's crossguard strikes right at your nape.
We will be cleansed, brother.
Flames erupt across your helm.
Stand tall. This is not working. Damage. Intense. Your mind falters.
Shit! You can't fight like this. If literally any of your weapons were useful.
You must disarm Gorm. That is the only way.
A difficult move, but it is true. You will die if he retains his flame tongue. Oh my god. You move. Feet splashing through the eternal pools. Left, right, back. The flame tongue arcs through the space where your neck was a half second ago. Heat singes your cheek. Close. Too close. But not close enough.
Stand still, brother.
No, absolutely not. You keep on dancing. Keep weaving.
You will make it.
The paladin winces as his mutated arm starts shaking.
If only you joined me, brother. If you joined me, your death could have even more purpose.
I'd prefer to live, actually.
I am sorry it had to come to this.
Lord Gorm thrusts the blade this time. The blade pierces the side of your torso. Then, the fire, it envelops you. Oh, God.
Brother, you are tenacious, but you should not have to face such pain. I will finish this.
Fuck you. This is rough, man.
You have no choice then. Fist versus sword.
Calculated strike. There we go.
You study his movements, calculating the perfect moment. There, a pattern in his defensive stance, exploitable on his left. You know exactly where to place your brutish strike now.
Midriff, lower right.
First, discombobulate. Next, discombobulate. Distract, discombobulate. Then discombobulate.
Midriff, lower right. Punch. Right after his attempt to block.
Everything according to plan. You see his deflection before he enacts it. Then, with ease, your fist makes contact with the force and confidence that comes from a sure thing. He jerks back, the plate on his armor buckled in.
How are you alive?
You will not last. You are dizzy.
Gorm stands before you, ready to strike again. Yet he doesn't. Instead, he opens his corrupted hand, a dark esoteric aura humming in your ears.
He is about to finish this. Get ready.
With his gloved hand, the paladin forms a mark in the air with 3 fingers.
An arcane hex seal. Spectrum Doloris.
He says the words in a whisper. It hits you like the skip of a heartbeat.
No! It's...
What's...
You sit in the great halls of the palace. Your stomach churning. Every ounce of pride beaming through your confident smile.
A leader. Someone anyone would have to love.
A wave of folk bow down before you.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no!
I am... Yes. All of it.
A folk hero.
Yet the people, their faces. When they turn to face you, there is scorn, frown, hate.
What?
On the hills of Verdun, there are fires rising. The walls of Norvik fall. Slaughter.
Tell me, what's happening?
They look to you, to save them. Why aren't you enough? You never really did try, did you? Never well enough.
This isn't real.
Yes, you are still alive. That is proof enough. Break the illusion.
Thank God for the enhanceability I casted.
You jolt, the contents of your mind snapping through the veil. Phantasmal killer.
Ah! Before you stands Lord Gorm in the eternal pools. He lowers his blade.
As if he's already won. You are still here, brother. A mind able to withstand the phantasmal killer is one made to last. Or one too stubborn to crack.
Feels sick.
I did not expect you to survive that. I apologize for prolonging your suffering. Let us end this now. This is going on for too long. You remain standing. Impressive. I can sense your consciousness draining. Do not resist.
He grabs your helm tight, now lifting you into the air.
The pressure. Your skull is buckling.
Oh my God, this is so stressful.
Think. Think.
The paladin lets go of your head, his corrupted hand leaving a sizzling mark upon the surface of the metal. Look him in the eyes. Lord Gorm meets your gaze. You have debased your very nature, Gorm. You cannot exist like this. The paladin roars, first lifting your entire body higher, then slamming you into the ground. Oh, that one scared me. The esoteric water flows in all direction, revealing for a moment the flat, opaque veil beneath. Your back is broken, splinters in each bone. This is it. This is the pavement, the one you have been waiting for. I will not be broken! Arise somewhat. You stagger back, Gorm staggers back, muttering to himself.
Yes, I can see that, brother.
Gorm readies his flame tongue once more, a faint hesitation upon his face. Right as he strengthens his grasp, about to swing down the blade on your neck, an explosion, snap, hits the paladin right on the forehead. He stumbles back.
What? A goblin!
Oh man, this is scary. Step by frantic step, he approaches, feet splashing in the eternal pools, the water almost reaching up to his hips. Cleric! Stopping maybe 10 feet away, his sling out. His eyes focused. Your savior. I'm glad I cast that one.
Your legs. They move. You must win!
You okay? He yells your way. Who is this guy?
I do not wish to hurt you, goblin. Walk away.
Snell, this is the guy. Him? It's Lord Gorm, the missing paladin. He wants to... What? He did the tea shop. He... What?
Snell, was it? You have nothing to do with this.
The paladin snarls. Gorm lifts his blade once more, the shaking, mutated arm causing him to shiver in pain.
You do not have to die.
Gorm rushes towards Snell, his movements direct and deadly.
You leave me no choice.
A quick slash at the goblin's throat. Snell! Yeah! In the last second, the goblin dodges the blade, the wave of flame exploding around him, searing his face. When he rolls away, you see his eyebrows are singed. But otherwise... You crazy bastard! Stop swinging that burning stick! The paladin raises his cursed arm, a purple mist spreading from his exposed veins.
I am sorry, goblin. Sorry, goblin. Your soul is not of value here, yet I cannot let you interfere.
As he speaks, the mist begins to rapidly flow towards your companion.
In death, you will be honored.
He mutters out,
Sanguis maledictus.
A quick spell, a blood curse. You watch as Snell receives it, the mist dissolving onto his skin. But there is no direct effect. Is that all? He mutters, and rolls away further. Come on! He gives you a confirming nod before firing another shot directly at the paladin's leg. Ugh! He lets out a pained grunt and almost loses his balance. Now, strike him! Understand how it's killing him. You watch. You observe. The corruption on his arm. The way it spreads with every spell he casts. Everglad's gift is not power. It's a transaction. Each burst of necrotic energy draws from the same well it fills. A paradox. An Ouroboros of flesh. His body is failing. If you simply break his concentration, that will be enough. Now do so. Above. Look above. Among the stars. The beyond is vast and full of terrors, Lord Gorm. Descending with the speed of an armored tank, you watch her fling a decapitated aberration off her longsword. To us, you are nothing. With her next swing, she comes at the paladin, who blocks her with a flaming metal. It's here. They clash once more as she dances around him. You do not understand, he roars, clenching his jaw. We can bring him back. I understand well enough, Lord Gorm. Her many spinning eyes lock onto their target. Your thoughts are loud. Your mind is dark. The paladin is still standing. Cleric! You hear her calm voice as she whispers right behind, as if she whispered right behind you. Defeat him. We got this. A wheezing escapes from beneath his helm, along with a familiar incantation. I will not fail. Inflict wounds. Necrotic energy pulses from his palm into your arm. The moment before the pain hits your nerves, you sense that esoteric tingle down your spine. It's upcasted. 6th level. The pain explodes. Snell rushes in behind him. Yield! Yield, you asshole! The goblin goes for a running tackle on his hind legs. Gorm mutters something while going off balance. The pain, intense. As the paladin grips your wrist, holding you close, you catch a glimpse of his face underneath the metal. He's smiling. Defeat Lord Gorm. Literally couldn't fail that one. You aim your fist true. Your muscles aching. Your fist hitting the Norvikian-made plate helmet of this Earthguard outfit. Yet, compared to everything you have been through, the iron is soft. Smash his helm into oblivion. You stand tall, watching your fist hit its target. His flesh now turning to fine dust. Brother. You hear his voice, whispering from the bright powder breaking apart from his body. Take care of our city. Watch his body turn to dust and get swept away towards the pillar of light. With that, Lord Gorm is no more. The goblin leans on his knees, panting. Too close. Way too close. Lord Gorm put up a fight. I have 7 points of fucking exhaustion. Yeah, he put up a fight. You did well to handle it by yourself, cleric. That was impressive. Your goblin companion grasps his chest. The curse. It did not fizzle. What? You see black necrosis spread across his face. No. You see his eyes glaze over, but before you can react, he falls. His back hitting the eternal pools with an esoteric splash. Cleric! Rush over to him. You instinctively grab his neck and wrist and feel exactly what you expect. Snell is dead. No, this cannot be. As the spell jolts his dead body into faint movement, a facsimile of life returns to your recently deceased companion. You feel your stomach churn. It worked. That means... Oh no. Atir's many eyes watch you. She says nothing. I'm sorry, Snell. The dead goblin does not respond, as that is not a question. Are you mad at me? The mouth moves slightly. No, cleric. You are difficult to be mad at. I can't think of anything else to ask. Then do not. He cannot hear the questions anyway. Break the spell. You do so. He's still dead. Fuck. I don't have Revivify. No. Look to Atir. I cannot. I do not have. Her many eyes are darting across the water, to you, to Snell's still corpse. I cannot cast Revivify. Snell? Snell, wake up. Wake up. He does not respond. Your flesh alone cannot speak. Is there nothing I can do? Gorm cast a blood curse.
It rotted Snell's veins. His entire body ceased to function once it spread to his brain. The circumstances have fallen in this fashion, it seems. The goblin is lost. His soul is not left, but his body is ruined. You must pray. I am so very sorry, cleric.
Shit.
Pray for his soul. The loss is immeasurable. To think you met this goblin such a short time ago. He served the city more than most humans ever will. He served his city.
He's gone. Just like that?
There has to be something you can do. Stare at his corpse. A faint outline of an esoteric aura appears around it.
Ghost?
A twitch. The necrotic markings on his neck fade away.
Snell?
No reply. Shake him a little. As you do, he
Okay, I got really scared. I love Snell. I don't want him to die.
As you do, he draws a sudden breath.
Oh shit! That piece of shit,
He stares at you, leaning over him.
What? Did I pass out? You died, Snell. Oh. So you rezzed me?
Welcome back, Snell.
No, you just came back on your own. Excuse me?
The goblin starts grabbing at his arms and face.
I'm not undead, am I? This fucking place.
No, you look perfectly fine. Like someone just cast Revivify on you.
Someone? Who? The old guy over there?
The what? There's a man on the steps.
Who's the old guy?
The angel's halo stops spinning. Cleric, this man. Breathe. It is finished. You have chosen well. The old man puts his hands behind his back. Before you go, I would wish to have a few words with you. But no hurry. Time is still now. Stare at the old man. You do not lose anything by taking a short rest, I assure you. He smiles. You are not yet done. Breathe. First, breathe. Breathe. Get the fucking exhaustion off of me. Jesus Christ. I can select I can pick up his sword. I'm gonna want that. I want a flaming sword. And hey, if it's unlimited time... Also, I'm gonna go turn on the light in my room real quick. Oh, I need a stretch too. Whew. Okay. Let's get these exhaustion points fucking off of me. Just having to take constant rest, and the guy's just there like, all right, just keep going. Keep going. I saw those 7 points of exhaustion. I don't know if it's like one of those, I'm not allowed to lose those, but I mean, I got lucky enough on some of those rolls. It was really down to the wire at points there.
All right. Okay, so we didn't have eternal ones there, but that's fine. Also, I find it funny, I just broke the clock. All right. We're going to do a dedicated save here. Save. Jorah's Crossing. I believe I have an idea about who this might be. Oh, wait. His sword. Hold on. Can't forget this. Yoink. Flame Tongue. Behold. You do not believe what he is showing you, yet you do not wish to even entertain the thought of dismissing the image of his kind smile. Augury. If I get wheel again, I hope I do. It says... Yes! Oh my god! Fortune favors me, as always. Somehow. Like, genuinely, I'm not sure how that happens. And we're going to go Enhance Ability. And that should do it. All right. Let's talk. I have a feeling this is either Jor or Earth. Probably Jor, since Earth is supposedly dead. The timid man greets you with a lowered head. Hello. Were you watching? I was. He meets your gaze. This road has been terrible. All due to my negligence. So it is Jor. Eyes filled with regret and confidence both. Huh? Why is he talking like he's the one who... Who are you really, Canute? You know this guy? He wipes some dust from off his apron. I ran into him before. He's a cobbler. Right, a cobbler. I'm sure there's lots of shoe emergencies around here. He shakes his head. I'm afraid there is no good way to put this, but I shall make it clear to you. I swear on it. Well, you better explain it quickly. Not sure if any of us should stay in this spooky hellscape any longer than we have to. You are very correct, Snell, he says with a smile. This place is bad for a man. Brings him to face both his heart and even fouler things. He then looks over to Atir. You seem to handle it just as well as expected. She looks at him in silence. The goblin looks back and forth between them both. Okay, I'm getting freaked out now. Let him speak. I am Canute, son of Toke. That is all I am here and now. I was born in Djevik, amidst the early days of the First Coast War. Its chaos brought death upon my kinsmen. Due to fate, or some other cause, I was granted audience with a higher power. An audience which left me with a channel of strings. All I knew at the time was the inescapable risk of staying in those lands. Pushed to action by my brother Toll, together we rallied as many longships as we could. Our savior. So this is Earth. We saved 50,404 people, approximately a quarter of the villages. As we left in search of a new land, those people began to look to me and my newfound divine strength for more than guidance. They gave me a name from the old world sagas, one steeped in bygone mythology. You're my lord. Look upon your god. They called me Earth. Hammer of Fate. Kneel. It can't, the goblin mutters. How? I would like to ask, why are you here? Oh man, so Gorm did all that for nothing. Earth was right there. He lowers his head once more. My existence is fleeting, stuck between material and beyond. The old man's weary expression tells you, rise. I am not one to bow for. Are you truly him? Yes.
You see, I died like any old man should, just a few decades later than usual. But here I linger on, guarding this gate. For whom? For what purpose? Who knows? The old man laughs. It's a bit silly, really. Toll would have loved to see it.
This is insane. The goblin seems to wobble on the spot. Whoa, I'm a bit lightheaded, sorry.
Yes, I apologize. That resurrection was a bit overkill. Better than dead, I suppose.
Yeah, it is actually. Thank you, Earth. You catch a glimpse of Snell, then opening his mouth. You catch a glimpse of Snell, then opening his mouth again to speak, only to shut it. Your goblin companion clearly wants to ask something as well. He is waiting his turn.
Ask what you wish. I know you have questions.
Say what you wish. This is your one chance, one opportunity to ask this legendary figure anything you want. Make use of it. Well, since there's no rush. Toll, your brother.
Yes, the old fool.
Earth speaks with a sad smile.
Haven't seen him pass through here. He must have died years ago, amidst his epic final adventure. But who knows? Time moves differently inland. Maybe he still walks the endless wastes as we speak, looking for Jor's key.
That is not a term you are familiar with. Make him elaborate. I haven't heard of that before. Toll. Right, like Tollstad. Toll Square. I heard he was a real adventurer.
He was, Snell.
He was. Your god looks out into the void.
Toll always wanted to travel, to understand Jor, to sail and wander. He received his circumnavigation blessing not long after we founded Norvik. Yet he could never reach Jor's point. After a lifetime of adventuring, he still wanted to know. That is why he set off.
Toll's leaving. The national holiday.
My brother figured the secret to Jor would be
water. God damn it. All right.
My brother figured the secret to Jor would be unlocked in the wastes. Once he crossed Really Cold Valley, which I later renamed Toll's Pass,
that's fucking funny.
My sending stopped reaching him. The last thing he told me in the final message was, "Fear not, brother. I always find my way home." Thus, I hold out hope.
Can you see Norvik from here?
Somewhat, yes. I have the ability to cast minor magic here, including a soft scrying.
Soft scrying. He speaks like an arcanist. That essentially means he can peek on people and locations, but not for long nor far from Norvik, presumably.
It feels a bit tragic, of course, to be unable to interfere, yet be able to watch. As you can imagine.
He's been watching us. He leans back. I'm sure you're the main spectacle. Your god squats down, placing his palm towards the tower of light before him.
The closer to the pillar, the more I can see. Like your adventure in the city below, or your encounter with Gorgalash.
You saw everything, Sweat?
Oh no, just glimpses. You know, the best parts.
You see a smirk spread upon his wrinkled face.
I fought him, you know, all those years ago. Every time he would flee, regroup, and try something new. A smart one, that Gorgalash. A tough leader.
Seemed to really hate you.
I don't blame him.
Your god looks away for a few seconds, as if using the void to take in your words.
I destroyed his tribe, Ron. His kingdom, his people. Took it from him without any kind of fair fight. I struck for my own need, and I was well rewarded. Perhaps it is a pity I did not follow through, instead leaving him to the life of an undercoast vagabond. Part of me feels I knew him well. We dueled many times.
Another part of me wonders if I should have taken the risk of diplomacy. At a certain point, it wasn't that far off from a 50-50. Would you have taken that? Attempted peace with trolls? Or would you have followed through? Pity be damned. If the odds are good enough, sure. Trolls are foul, unstable creatures. The answer is no. Every creature has the capacity for good. Even a troll. Anything to avoid an unnecessary death, even if the risk was the lives of your own people? I would just do better, increase the odds. That's the spirit. Just do your best to placate to them, you know? That's why negotiation is a thing. A deep sigh leaves him. I do not believe in a clear answer. Not anymore. But I chose my path. He glances at Snell, who still looks stunned and watching you interact with your actual god. Right. Goblin genocide and so on. Actually, you have something to ask? Of course. It's a god. But there's no rush. You should ask Gorm first. About Gorm first. And I'm thinking of how to formulate this question I've got. Take your time. Alright, I actually have so many questions. You see Snell shifts his shirt around. I have a few questions of my own. You go first. We have time. Your god aims a pair of finger guns at you. Shoot. Is nationalism fascism? No, I do not believe it is. He knows this? How? Why? Fascism and nationalism are overlapping ideologies. One is the fairly new idea of a united nation-state, whether by culture or folk type or anything else. The other is... He squints. Fascism is... really bad. That seems a bit moralistic. I was often called a fascist. But when I read those books from Reeds, I never particularly identified with it. They seemed to hate liberal ideas, while I was always quite fond of egalitarian pursuits. In my dictatorship, I took many cues from Asgard himself. Hells, Gar's Rubrin was my brother. He taught me wisdom beyond my years. Gar's Rubrin, the first Bon Emvers to settle in Norvik, head of the Great Norvikian Construction Project. Also, ad break starting in roughly 4 minutes, heads up. Then there's the fetishization of violence. This is a man who justified multiple genocides by saying they were for the greater good. That isn't fetishizing violence. He acts as though by wringing your hands enough they will no longer be covered in blood. It makes me think of an angry young man, left powerless, someone neglected by his village. Obviously he would lash out. Fascism seemed to me as nothing but a response to that powerlessness, especially one grown in the wake of the First Coast War. Oh. If anything, it taught me not to take it lightly, to make sure each new generation of men in Norvik were given exactly what they needed. Discipline, challenge, and a god who does not conflate strength with violence. A real role model. That's a lot of words to say you don't want. That's essentially it. You really don't want to be called a fascist, but fascist. He looks up at you abruptly. Yes, well, he tilts his head back down. Shame and regret. Whether he had lived during your time or not, it would not have mattered. Yeah, literally all of that he's talked about, oh, I just wanted to help men, I wanted to help these men and people gain the things that I didn't have growing up because I was neglected, therefore I made all these bad decisions because of all this. It's all this just to excuse his belief systems and the shit that he did. Because, yeah, goblin genocide. And literally fought first, asked questions never to the trolls. Are you really a god? He shrugs. I had the same power as all those big shots in the Divine Era. Making a god of me or not, it is a banner I've carried for the sake of unity. If that banner ever grows useless, burn it. Let something new rise from the ashes. Not a god, just a very powerful man, clearly. A god, a spirit, a memory. How's strength not violence? I wonder. True strength is, in my mind, your capacity for enacting violence, measured against your ability to never have to. In a sense, this applies less to violence and more to any form of competency. A real man makes the best of himself, no matter what that looks like. He does it for himself and for the benefit of his tribe. Does that make sense? Your god just asked you a question. So, he's essentially saying like true strength is having the capacity but not actually doing it. What if a man makes himself into a competent weapon? What if he performs evil as that weapon? Yeah. What if he performs evil with the strength that he's given either by you or others? You ask for strength, not goodness. True strength is a tool. Real men come in all alignments. Take you, for example. You wield magic beyond compare. All right, ads are starting, so BRB, everybody. Hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. All right. So, yeah, strength itself does not have an alignment. So he's just giving strength indiscriminately and just letting people have at it. And that's like, no. How long does it take the average wizard to memorize a new spell? Just copying it into a spell book. A wry smile on his face. Kiss ass. I'm nothing special. There. He points at your face and laughs. Doubt and confidence. You have it both. Your god is pointing at you and laughing. Are you dreaming? The old man crosses his arms and nods your way. It takes hours to memorize a spell run. And you? You do it in seconds. That's no trick, nor is it only talent. Perhaps you have a knack for the esoteric, I won't argue against that. But think about those sleepless nights, those years you prayed and studied and read. He smiles. This, what you are now, this is your calling. This is exactly where your people need you. Why would they need you? I know it feels like you say the wrong thing every time. You will fall apart. I know you're fighting to stick with it, with every step you take. But, he glances over to a tear. My father, a man of many idioms, once told me, you don't have to be anything but the best of you. The rest, the village takes care of that. Nod. He must have gotten that from a book. What does the red eye mean? You mean the symbol we used? That was adopted from existing symbolism. Ah, yes, that makes sense. I see. You would be one to figure that out. You'd be one to figure that out. I never meant to build a religion, you see. But when we'd conquered a city full of ruins, with that red eye all over the place, I think it was Og who came up with the idea. Call it Earth's Red Eye. Turns out it was a albino lion warlord who held the ruins some time before the trolls took over. A one-eyed albino. One red eye? The old man points at his own very much dark eyes and laughs. Worked out fine enough. Allowed us to spend more time on public works rather than shrines. How do you grant us clerics magic from here? As you've been taught, I channel the divine through strings. I subconsciously, though, or maybe more like instinct. I'm rather old-hand at this. I'm an old hand at this by now. Might be a reason why I won't be allowed to move on. That I'm still needed to keep the channeling going. Which makes me think of all the other dead gods out there, still connecting those thousands upon thousands of clerics into their sources beyond. That's crazy. Agreed. I'm happy to fulfill my duty here. Keeps me sane. But I wonder if the Mender feels the same, or if Lady Fair holds down the fort in some other tunnel. The implications here are quite intense. Dead gods just end up in some void, being used as keys to magic? I wish I knew more. Once I'm forgotten, maybe I will get to see through this gate. To go where souls go once they pass. Deceased people who are resurrected do not remember anything in death. Maybe there's nothing beyond. One day you might gain that knowledge. For now, focus on the material. That will set you free. I pray to you. Yes, you do. I cannot always hear it clearly. It's, a lot. But I hear yours, that I promise. Your heart feels warm. I think I need to ask something even more important. Yes. I know you do. Something to ask? Of course, it's a god. You want to ask something, Atir? No, but I have something to say. I understand. She grips the pommel of her sword. Speak your minds, firstly. I will bide my time, as I have for many years. She is angry. Yeah, I don't like Earth. He literally was essentially like just a guy that went around conquering shit and just kind of letting people use the strength that he provided to do buck wild shit all over the place. No, fuck this god. I need to ask you about Lord Gorm. He takes a few steps forward. He's just an old man. Despite that, you see, he's also strong as hells. Gorm. His eyes focus on the ground where he stood. A man of principle, of bright mind and whole heart. I loved him like a son. His face contorts into a deep frown. It broke my heart when I saw him descend in such a way. You couldn't stop him? Sadly, I could not reach out into the material in any way. Not to him. Not to you. I cannot say where his mind was, but I know his heart was placed exactly where I had taught him. Selflessly, he would give himself to any cause. Unfortunately, he proved my teachings terribly wrong. His pain. Earth did not possess the ability to interact with Gorm in any way. He did not know you were present. He did not. I could not stop this channeled magic to my clerics and my paladin no matter what. I cannot even destroy myself. For whatever reason, my soul here is muffled. Could not communicate with him or anyone else on the material plane. He's telling the truth. His truth. Why would he lie? He's got nothing to lose here, exactly. He was going to kill 27 people. Yes, he was. It's important to remember one simple fact. Nothing he did was evil. Everything he did for an ideal of good. Just like I taught him. He turns around and gestures towards the stairs. You cannot see his tears. Or so you cannot see his tears. Look how it ended. His bones hitting the pavement so furiously. Tears of regret. I thought I knew everything at one point. As if I had somehow unlocked the truth of life itself. It was so simple. Your god turns back to you, his eyes tinged with red. Goodness alone will bring the world to evil. The words of an arcanist, I believe. He's quoting Prax. How conflicting. But Gorm spoke the truth. About what? He wipes a tear from his cheek. My legacy. Norvik is under siege. There is a conspiracy of free striders. The magistrates are bought. The Asgals are undermined. The Golden Horde seeks to occupy the clan lands within a decade or two. The Mender's cabal funnels riches to rebels in our lands. And my will, the plan I created to keep peace and to transition into a democratic government, was suppressed. It's all true? All of it. Your god gathers himself.
This was all a calculated risk on my part.
What do you mean?
I knew this would happen, Ron. Or rather, I saw the odds in the strings. I was high, he says with a clenched fist. Something like 4 and 5. The problem? The odds changed while I was dying. Or the odds changed while I was dying. That does not happen very often. An esoteric event, most likely. Suddenly, I saw the new probable outcome. This web of conspiracy. The old man shakes his head and looks very, very tired. The magistrates hid my succession, acted like the initial spark. Oh, wait, no. The magistrates hiding my succession acted as the initial spark. The rest is your history.
God. So he regrets that Gorm went as bad as he did, but he's like, no, I don't hate Gorm for it because he thought he was doing what he thought was good, and he saw it as good. Fuck off. He was gonna kill people. Jesus Christ. What kind of esoteric event?
I do not know. It might not matter. Perhaps it was a divine intervention. Perhaps some remnant spirit or prophecy. Something changed the odds of my choice. Sadly, I'm not the one dealing with the consequences.
Why didn't you push for democracy earlier?
The odds were against me. Forcing democracy at any early point had a very low success rate. Most outcomes would simply end up in oligarchy. Freestriderism was growing in the East, and it would have sunk its claws into Norvik. The counterbalance to organized money is organized people. I was hoping to set you all on that path. The populace was not ready, despite my effort at decentralizing and pushing for pseudo-democratic guilds. The best chance was for democracy after my death, as my final will. Until it wasn't.
Did they actually target the Lord Patriarch?
Tormian wizard. Yes, a Tormian wizard was equipped with an Arcanist spell scroll.
Tormian, a term for a non-divine inhabitant of Divinitorum.
A very expensive endeavor. Poor Akisam. He did not deserve such a fate.
What else do you know?
I could not see who or why. The magistrates kept whatever they planned under tight supervision. They all stuff lead. They all stuff lead. Stuff lead. There we go. They all stuff lead into their wall. Lead the metal. I was like, stuff lead? What? They all stuffed lead into their walls. Their homes are impenetrable for me, or any other scryer. Gorm's perspective is, however, most likely correct. They targeted Akisam to maintain their hold on power, to avoid the transference demanded by my will. He had, just prior to the attack, been very adamant about enacting it properly.
Would it have worked? Lord Gorm's spell?
I do not know. I do not believe he knew either.
How do you see the risks so clearly?
I did not share that secret often during my days. Lord Gorm was one of few I confided in with my struggle.
A struggle?
The one placed upon all us gods, he says while making air quotes. We can see outcomes in the strings. Not always, not clearly. Sometimes like a play in the mind, sometimes an assured vision. But always there are odds, a choice, a chance, a risk. When I worked at my father's shop, I would work on a shoe and see exactly how, 9 times out of 10, I would ruin the leather. As I grew better, my skill improving, the odds would change. Soon I'd pick up a boot and see 2 and 5, then 1 and 4, then 1 and 10. Sometimes I'd still fail, but seldom. Over time, that simply turned into ever greater vision, along with greater power.
That's a miraculous ability.
Or a curse. It's not divine providence, it's just probabilities.
That's why you left your homeland.
Yes. When I took my people to sea, we had a 50-50 chance of survival. When I saw Ascani, those odds went up. Every step of the way, I made decisions aimed at increasing those odds. For you. Us? Snell too, yes. And you, Atir.
Of course.
Meek? I hear name. Is it safe? Who is old man? Hello, Meek. Him included, yes. Old man no Meek? The fabric on your scarf shifts nervously. Me? Among many. Citizens of Norvik? Yes. I realized with such power I could protect and serve more and more people. Yet, at a certain point, he takes a moment. Where does my tribe begin? Who do I define as the other? I had to choose.
Why must there be an other?
Yeah, why does there have to be an other? That is a fascist idea that there is an other for them to continuously attack. Or to extricate. Right? That's the word? Hold on. Okay, not extricate. Exclude. That's it. Like an other to exclude or to vilify in indefinite worst cases. So yeah, not extricate. That's the wrong word for that. My bad. My choice was the Earth folk and the exiled dwarves. A united creed, bound by this great city we built. The old man looks to Atir. Her blank expression does not change, yet her eyes no longer spin. They just focus on Earth. I focused on increasing the odds for that creed, to assure the security of Norvik and its ideals, no matter what. No matter what, huh? No matter what. For almost a century, that absolutism has been the source of immense life and pain.
Absolutism? No. Fascism.
Fascism, you mean? Maybe, he says, exasperated. Maybe. Just like Gorm. That comparison pains me, but I cannot deny it. It pains you? Snell takes a step forward. At least you had a choice. The old man keeps his eyes on the goblin and places his hands behind his back.
Not with anger or sadness. Earth wants to hear him out.
You're responsible for the genocide of my people. Yes. Look at Snell, then to Earth. Yes? Just yes? Your god says nothing for a few seconds. Then he nods. Every horrible thing you have heard, I did. He looks around the void. He clenches his jaw and clicks his tongue a few times. Then he holds up a finger. I've one question. I've thought about it for a while now. My whole life, really. I need to ask it. I want to hear it. The goblin hesitates, then starts. Why didn't you just kill us all? The old man furrows his brow. No, really. Why leave us in this half-life? Because what? What is this? He says and pulls at his jacket. This! He slams his fists into his chest. We're not human. We're not dwarves. We're not goblins. Take away our language, traditions, our stories. You put us into these holes, expecting us to form into something suitable. But what is that? What do you want? If you could see every outcome, or whatever, why the fuck did you pick this one?
His words, dripping with sarcasm and rage.
Wait for Earth's reply. Earth allows the goblin to end his speech, listening to his panted, goddammit. Earth allows the goblin to end his speech, listening to his panting echo across the eternal waters. Then, without lowering his head or averting his gaze, he says, I was going to. I told myself every goblin on those red hills needed to die for the safety of man. That Folkmord was necessary. That without clearing these lands entirely of these hostile natives, there would be nothing but perpetual war. After establishing Norvik when the trolls were scattered and the coast was ours, after establishing Norvik when the trolls were scattered and the coast was ours, if I had left your people, I thought there was an ellipses there. My bad, I misread that. If I had left your people alone, I saw a guaranteed future filled with inevitable clashes between goblins and humans. Those clashes would lead to more animosity, more hatred, generation after generation seeking blood vengeance against an entire people. It was one of my clearest visions. Radical fanaticism. That's it. Phantasmism? No, fanaticism. That's not a word. Radical fanaticism. Goblin armies funded by hordes of elven treasures. Years of warfare in Verdun. Trenches for miles. Trenches! Then more factions joining in over time. It would risk another coast war, simply due to the fact that humans were never meant to live here. We were never meant to take these lands. Yet we did. I did. I made that choice because every other meant the death of my people. In exchange, I doomed yours. Snell stares at him, stone-faced. Okay, so we're fundamentally incompatible, and you took our ancestral homeland. Great. He rubs his eyes and takes a step away. I think it's proven that we are perfectly capable of living and working together. Yes, and I did see that potential. For one, goblins had a similar warrior culture to us Vikings. They had a collective mindset not too unlike the dwarves, a clan structure similar to the halflings. Vikings, the folk of Old Demenor, who lived scattered among the western shores. Those few who survived the creation of the Cursed Land followed Earth to form the city of Norvik. But the path of unity was not in any way realistic. Neither was meeting in the middle. At least, if my vision were to be believed. That was a terrible choice. I could talk about my perspective for 100 years, and you would still be correct in your assessment. It was terrible. Snell turns back around, glaring at your god. Why am I alive? Why did you spare those 3 tribes, Earth? Yes, he murmurs. The answer to that is simple. I gambled. Your god looks up at the stars. The Battle of Morgrib, Western Verdun, on the 6th year of the campaign. The leader of the Craigthorn is brought before me in chains. He demands a duel to the death. His name is Cran. To restore his strength to a fair fight, I invite him to eat with me. This goblin speaks Dwarven, Dimenorian, and even some Elvish. Over dinner, he explains exactly to me how they were superior in every way, and that the only reason we won was due to our luck. We had a god. Theirs died long ago. I agreed with him. Then we discussed my options. Cran told me I was wise for killing them all. If I did not, he said, they would eventually re-emerge and destroy mankind. Once I faded like Tolkien did, that each of his sons dreamt of spilling human blood. Snell's eyes narrow as Earth speaks. So I asked him, what of his daughters? Did they dream of war and slaughter? Revenge? Cran told me no. Then he laughed at me and wondered aloud what a boring and peaceful life that would be. I spent the night explaining my vision to him. He in turn told me stories about Tolkien the gambler. For hours we talked, exchanging ideas, and I provided well and enough how I knew it all. As the sun rose, I saw in that conversation something magical. The odds had changed. Not by much, not so significantly that it changed my belief, but enough for me to make another choice. A gamble. I gambled on a path where humans and goblins could live together, in peace. Look to Snell. His eyes are on the ground. We signed a treaty the next day. The forced assimilation of the 3 tribes was carried out. Cran served me well for 12 years, overseeing the migration to Norvik. This was the only plan of action I could see with a success rate above 50-50.
Success?
Yes. He scowls.
A successful genocide, yeah? What's your definition of success here?
The same as always. The least amount of death over time, as far as I could see. But not for my people alone. Not this time. For both of our people.
Snell lets out a conflicted groan. Well, you shouldn't have come here in the first place then.
Perhaps so.
As I speak of sorrow, Earth wants to listen, nothing else. There were no other paths in your visions?
No, there were too many. All of them ending in the near guaranteed destruction of my people. You ask what you are, Snell. Let me tell you.
He walks forward, towards your goblin companion.
You are something entirely new.
The goblin's expression goes from angry to despondent as he stares at the dead god's approach.
You can never be goblin. You can never be human. You're in this mess because of me and my evil actions.
The old man throws up his hands into the air, reaching for the stars.
So hate me! Curse me! Then go be a leader for your people.
He lowers his arms and gives a determined frown.
They need you, Snell, for the new era and beyond. Make something that hasn't been seen before. Something new. Something better.
Apprehensive and confused, the goblin turns away. I don't exactly have a choice here.
There's always a choice,
Earth says while locking eyes with you.
Some paths are just riskier than others.
The goblin clicks his tongue. He glances at the god and mutters. Something new. You hear the anger and fear in his voice.
Tokig would likely tell you to take the gamble. If you ever meet him, be sure to ask.
The old god laughs. The goblin looks on with a complicated expression on his face. Conflict dancing in the shadows of his mind. Rage and confusion. I'll think about it. Earth. A difficult exchange. They should never forgive you.
Good. There's a difference between acceptance and forgiveness. You may accept a man's weakness and see his place in the world. But if he makes a conscious decision to hurt you, if he places that intent into the world, that evil will forever mark him, and all you can do is accept that evil as part of him, or push him away. Forgiveness is weakness. Acceptance is truth.
Turn back to Snell. You really... He stops himself from speaking at first, and then says, You really fucked up that assimilation.
I know. If there's one thing I will apologize for, it is that. I am sorry. I was always terrible at statecraft.
Snell shows the same face he's shown you so many times since you met him in that underground garden. To be ruled by evil or incompetence.
Sometimes a mixture of both, I'm afraid.
For someone who could see the future, that's saying a lot. Your god laughs.
Too many small decisions with such indecipherable small impact upon the odds. At certain scales, no autocratic, even divinely inspired leader is able to keep up. We will see what string you two will walk on. But if it is any comfort around this incompetent governance, I can assure you, Snell.
But if it's any comfort around this incompetent governance, I can assure you, Snell. He gives the goblin a meager glance.
Lady Sageleaf is the one who truly changed the odds.
Snell meets his eyes.
Hope. I never expected it from someone like her. Alas, there are many things I did not see coming. If anything, your instincts are clearly a dowsing rod of their own.
Now, he looks up at the floating angel, behind her a sea of stars.
A tear.
Earth. She grips her sword, as if ready to pull it at any moment, her many eyes spinning faster. Her voice cuts off, leaving silence in the void. She cannot find the words.
I do not want your service, Atir. I've told you this before.
His voice is soft, full of heartbreak.
Actually, no, I do not want your service, Atir. I've told you this before. An oath will not bind you to the earth. Nothing can.
Nothing. She lifts her chin, her arms in a salutation.
You have done so much for men, for me. But there is something far more.
I am lost.
The intense telepathic words echo in your minds. You see Earth almost jolt, his head held high to meet the floating porcelain specter before him.
I am lost upon this world. No honorable power, no avatar for goodness, no greatness of the choir. These remnants are children playing at running the coast, no different than arcanists, human and celestial alike. Even ancients have gone mad or faded. And you showed me there was a better way. You fool!
Your god shows nothing but empathy on his expression as she spits the insult into his mind.
You absolute buffoon! You crunchy simmertelniku!
I don't know how to pronounce that.
He smiles. I deserve that. I'll admit. I did not expect to fade so soon. I should have prepared more. But I didn't think for a second I haven't seen you. Don't think for a second I haven't seen you. You dive into Earthguard work. You fill the void in your heart. A deep sadness falls upon his face. My dear girl. A term of endearment. Look to the angel companion, then back to your god. He holds out his hands. You need to get involved in politics.
Kurva!
You catch a glimpse of Snell, his expression sharing exactly your own. Disorientation at... Wait, no, let me reread that. You catch a glimpse of Snell, his expression sharing exactly your own disorientation at watching these two beings bicker. It's nihilism. It's not what you need. You are an era-spanning warrior, a lady of Norvik, an angel beyond the grasp of the Horde. I am truly sorry my pride and ego got the better of me, so that I did not accept my mortality until it was too late. If I had, I would have told you this before I passed. Make a choice. His voice is carried across the eternal flats. Anything but this limbo, I beg you. The angel floats closer, her eyes glaring at him.
There is no good choice.
Endless hesitation is the worst choice of them all, Atir. And you've selected it for years. Every morning, every night.
She lands upon the ground, her feet hitting the esoteric ground.
Sometimes all presented choices are bad. In those cases, you might as well pick the most ambitious road. Aim at the highest mountain and see where it takes you.
Her many eyes slow down to a crawl, focusing on the god.
Am I wrong, Atir?
With Atir now standing, you see the two of them are nearly of equal height.
No, Earth.
He lets out a sigh. You are, in your simple way, correct once again. I aim to end my contract with the city and Darrow post-election.
Good.
Good. He takes a deep breath and taps her on her shoulder plate.
I know how stupid it is for a youngling like myself to say this, but I am proud of you, Atir. And I am sorry for my weakness.
No, Earth. She gently places a hand on his shoulder as well. Your weakness is what made you special. I am happy to see you one last time. One last time? Atir lifts from the ground once more.
She knows all too well how these things go.
Earth looks upon you with eyes that remind you of your father. Aged wisdom, soaked in blood.
I would like to have a few more words with you, Ron, before you return.
He steps forward.
until you realize your god is near towering above you. Look up. I'm afraid we will never speak again, my son. Why? I made this happen with the last strength I had left. This conversation, Ron, he says, and places a warm hand upon your shoulder. The only time you will ever feel is warmth. The last time anyone ever will. It was worth everything. Look at Snell, then back to him. Snell looks on, his arms crossed. Still conflicted, but with a now determined expression on his face. Look to Atir and nod. Thank you for allowing me to join you, cleric. Her voice echoes in your mind. You have done well. Look at Earth. I'm just a cleric. Yes. Some might even call you the cleric.
Yes! He understands you. Someone finally does.
And you've certainly been mingling with the primal forces a lot. If you want to be a druid, you certainly have my blessing. Your god chuckles at you. Bow your head. And the flame tongue, keep it. It served me well for many years. Gorm would have wanted you to have it. Despite everything, he was a good man.
A good man.
The words cause you unease.
Alignment is as subjective as Jor. Nothing but intent. A man will see it all burn before he accepts utilitarian evil into his heart. Goodness itself lies in the heart of all folk. It is not built under the whims of a cleric, no matter their intent.
The world will burn by the intentions of good men. Your god listens to the words with care. Is that from a book? I'm sure I stole it from somewhere. He lets out a snort laugh. Well, I can assure you that evil men do a fair bit of burning as well. So in the end, maybe we should aim for a world with less tinder and oil. He takes his hand off your shoulder and takes a deep breath.
He's about to send you home? Ask, this is your chance. One last time.
Can you see my future? No. It might be written somewhere, but I cannot see it. The coming era is yours. He looks to Snell, then to Atir. I believe in you all. I don't pray anymore. I know. It's good. I am but a channel for greater things at this point. You will carry skepticism in your heart in the face of gods and ideologues. That will serve you well, I believe. He scratches his beard. I will tell you one thing, though. Do you remember your prayer, Ron? The one you always repeated to me at the end of hard days? You remember every prayer? Not from all. It's mostly noise, as you can imagine. Yours, however, it was such a simple prayer. That's what stuck with me. Earth holds up a finger. One thing you asked of me all throughout your life. It never changed, not once. Oh no. Yeah, that prayer was embarrassing. No wonder you stopped doing it. Your goblin companion follows this conversation intently, yet he says nothing. Right, that. He smiles. I do not promise things lightly, but I can promise you this. My son, there is a string to follow, one where your prayer is answered. I swear to you, your father is proud of you, for the man you have become, for the man you will be. Hold it in. Earth leans in and says softly, You're not alone. He then takes a step back, his eyes shimmering in a faint glow. He looks down into the water. It is time. The election has begun. What? Right now? Right now. Funny timing, isn't it? Wait, now as in now? It's already... Shit, I've got so much work to do. Your god holds up a hand. No worries, Snell. I believe Miska has it all covered. She will be glad to see you back there alive. Trust me.
Yeah, good.
He is flustered. Darrow looks quite mad, however, he says to Atir.
Good. I'm looking forward to it.
Of course you are. How do we get home? Same tunnel you get your spells from. I'll just make it a little wider for you. What will happen to you? Oh, I'll get a good rest. That's most of what I've done here for these 27 years. I'd wager the rest of my strange existence here will be just the same. Your god shrugs. Then again, who knows? We're ready. Your god holds out a hand. From it, a white drop falls. It hits the esoteric water below. Whoa!
Goodbye, Canute.
Hold on, one more thing. You need to ask. My lord, before we go.
Yes, my son? His voice echoes through the blinding light.
Should I vote in the election?
You catch him by surprise with such a question. Through the light, you see a smile appear on his face. He laughs. Your god lets out a loud, boisterous laugh among the radiant power of his divinity. The Asgalists! They won't win, but every vote will help for the future. Leave beyond. All the characters.
The city roars around you. Flocking the streets, hundreds seek their designated polling place. And you lie on the central street of Tolstad, having successfully made it to Election Day. Gasp for air. And over you.
Ah, shit! The first thing you see is Snell getting up from the pavement beside you.
He looks pale and queasy.
Why didn't you tell me this portaling business would come with nausea? How would I know? I don't know. You're the big esoteric expert, are you? You think I teleport to the beyond regularly? I figured you'd at least read something about it. Gods, I feel like my insides are twirling.
Do not fight. We have had enough of that for now.
Looking to your other side, a tear rises from the ground once more. She looks undisturbed by the plane shifting.
I should also mention, I'm glad you are alive. Both of you.
You don't feel any nausea, Atir?
That is not in my physicality, cleric.
Good, keep it that way.
The effects should be temporary, yet I sympathize with your condition.
Atir's many eyes look around.
It appears we have not been too conspicuous in our arrival. We must have appeared without fanfare. Good.
A bit anticlimactic, but
convenient.
Good way to describe it.
She ascends and tells you both. Darrow is waiting. Come speak when the time has come. The angel floats away up the hill. Things feel less tense with her gone.
Snell stretches a bit, then takes a glance at the crowds. Old man was right. Election sure has started. So we lost, 8+ hours? Something like that? Maybe less? And we're in the void. We were in the void for an hour, give or take, right? Esoteric travel is highly unstable. We're lucky it didn't drop us off in Gargamesh. Keep your helm pressed against the ground as you speak. Lucky us, he mutters, and looks like he's about to throw up as well. I wonder what would happen if we stayed up there for longer. Like a month. Would we come back years later? I'd probably just get all wacky and unpredictable and send us back 5 minutes after we left. Just to fuck with us? just to fuck with us. The goblin takes in the sight of Election Day. He breathes the air, his shoulders drop. Everything is fine. Nothing is wrong anymore. You live. Live to see another life. A relieved smile on his face. Get up from the ground. Right, game plan. It's not that late in the day, so there's no rushing voting. They won't close the polls until 9 o'clock. First of all, we need to report this to Lady Sageleaf. Then, I'm assuming you need to have a chat with Darrow too. Is everyone here? Everyone? I mean, most of Tolstad. There's like a dozen different polling places set up around the city. This is just one of them. Where is Sageleaf? In the garden, most likely. Though if my ears don't deceive me, Nearly's playing something on the field. We should go look. You should report to her first of all, in my humble opinion. Don't want to keep her waiting. Yeah, I need to talk to Darrow. Where do you think he is? Not a clue. He's probably out here somewhere. Who else should I talk to? That's up to you, cleric. And there's no stress. Once you've got the important stuff out of the way, you've got all day. It's only 10:20-ish. Should I tell people that I met Earth? He shrugs. Honestly, I don't think anyone would believe you. Or at the very least not take you seriously. But you do you. Oh gods, I need to figure out what I'm voting. The goblin laughs. I heard what you asked him there at the end. Just follow your gut. I'm sure it'll work out. It's just one vote after all. Not the end of the world. Alright, let's go. The dwarven foreman crosses his arms when you approach, lifting his eyes to meet your gaze. Mr. Cityman, I can gladly inform you that the Asgardian movement is going splendidly. And you? He says with a grin, slapping you on the arm. You've helped quite a bit. No problem. The dwarf grins at you while nodding 3 times. Happy to have you on our side, cleric. In any case, we've got our duty to fulfill here in the last moments before a new, hopefully green dawn. Make sure you put down your vote in a wise way for the future of our city. For the future of our city, perform the salute. For Norvik. All the dwarves around chant in unison. Medissa. A group of Asgal youth activists are handing out newspapers and chanting slogans. They are showing their values in the street. One of them adjusts her glasses. Cleric, thanks again for the ink. We managed to, just before the deadline, get each and every copy sent out across the city. The girl moves up a stack of newspapers with a grunt, then looks at you. The election issue turned out wonderfully. Lots of happy customers? No customers. We hand these out for free, cleric. Obviously. We've already had over 20 complaints. We're creating some real class conflict here. That's great. It is. Getting a reaction like that is exactly what we want. More eyes on the cause to maybe sway some working class people on the hours before their vote. That's exactly what the youth Asgals are all about. Confrontation, evaluation, and intense debate. That's what Myran always said. I mean, she still does, just as a forewoman, but not as our boss. All of a sudden, she wobbles a bit on the spot and her eyes grow dim. Medissa! Her dwarven friend grabs her in time and gives her some support as she gets steady. Oh, god damn it. She swears and rubs her temples. Thanks, Zerba. You okay? Yeah. It was a long night, Zerba explains. Medissa didn't stop working until, well, we went here. The halfling taps Medissa on the arm with a rolled up copy of the chant. Not again. You'll get yourself killed if you work this much. Yeah, just get back to work, you two. The human grunts and clicks her tongue. You, she says, you better read a copy, then go spread the word. Asgalism is the future, and we're the future of Asgalism. Leave them to their work. Oh, look, Romulus. It's the cleric of Norvik come to bless us once again. Aren't you just a darn lucky charm for a human, eh? He slaps you on the arm. It hurts. I actually met one of those ancient snail people. What? Yeah, He should be around here somewhere. A fellow called Isk Urum. God, green! An actual snail folk! Alive and all! Last time I checked. I'll... Appearing out of a puff of tiny esoteric sparks, Isk suddenly stands beside you. Yalu? I heard my name.
That's...
The dwarf stares at the snail with a grin. In return, Isk just nods.
Yes, absolutely. No need to worry. I've been in stasis for millennia. I'd say that loses me in the mineral rights.
The snail lets out a blubbing laugh.
And I see, these white manes must have found something sinister in our halls. Which isn't surprising, really. My kin were quite the mad bunch towards the end.
What? He's, gestures at your head. The dwarf stares blankly, then he gets it.
You're reading my mind. Yes, sorry, is that intrusive? I can't help it, you see. No, very effective, I like it. But then, do you know what it is? Not to a degree that would make you happy, but perhaps to a degree that would be helpful. You see, my good dwarf, I too seek certain artifacts that could be found in Tuol Amon. So perhaps we could collaborate. Ah, yes! Vidunderlight, I think. Vidunderlight. Vidunderlight.
The dwarf reaches out and grabs the snail's hand and shakes it.
We'll make a good team on, Isk. Good, I'll be in touch. Yalu!
The dwarf turns back to you, his eyes beaming.
Can't believe this is happening. Years of toil, and now everything happens at once. Thank you, cleric.
He shakes your hand as well, leaving some snail mucus on your glove.
I'll be sure to let you know how it goes, and if you're interested in some freelancing, I'll be sure to reach out as well.
The dwarf laughs maniacally. The rust monster follows suit. Then he leans in with a sudden serious expression.
And you're voting green, aren't you?
Of course.
Gold Nate.
Nate. He laughs and slaps you on the arm. Romulus makes a screeching noise on his shoulder.
Be seeing you.
Okay, bye. My bike. You see your bike now alone on the bridge. It's absolutely beautiful, as always. Snell watches how you stare at the bicycle.
True love right there.
Right here. It's wonderful to see. Why is it alone? What happened to all the other bikes? They probably cleared them to make room for all the people here. Good thing they didn't touch yours. I imagine this is how cowboys of old Demenor felt when they reunited with their horses.
We'll never know for sure, so yeah, why not? Off into the sunset on your yellow bike. Epic.
I'll come back for you. Pat the bike and leave. The seagull stares at you. It does not move when you approach, though it does observe you. Hello, seagull. The bird squawks at you. Before you can do anything else, it begins to take off, making some horrid noises as it does.
Could have been worse. Could have pecked your eyes out.
True. Also, ad break in 5 minutes. Heads up. Alright. Rollo the shitheads. You find the blonde kid standing with another, much smaller blonde kid.
Hey, look! It's a cleric!
Oh, cleric. The blonde kid crosses his arms and gives you the type of look you'd give a slightly too ripe apple before throwing it in the bin.
We're allowed to be in the streets, right?
Yes, for now.
Great.
The younger boy looks at his brother, then to you, then back to his brother, then back to you.
What did I miss?
Nothing. Arn looks confused, and his brother relents.
What do you want?
Any news, kid?
Some fights last night at the Flip. Most papers just focus on their election issues today, though, just like the rest of the city. Looks like the Nationalists will win if you believe the closing polls, and beyond that,
the kid picks up a paper from behind him and shows you a picture of one of the last pages.
There's a new party in the race. The Adventurers Party.
The picture shows a group of armored dungeon delvers standing around a tall human with a well-placed neck tattoo, an amazing haircut, and a friendly grin on his face. Well-groomed, attentive, objectively likable. They seemed like just a Free Strider branch party, Rolo says as he too looks at the picture. Like hypermarket liberals, the type that want the entire economy to be built around finding loot in dungeons. Awesome. I don't know why, but I hate this guy already. I guess so. Snell laughs after taking a glance across the article as well. What kind of ass-kissing article is this? Did he charm the entire faculty? That's my working theory, yes. Either way, the blonde kid gives you a stern look. I hope you have a great election day, cleric. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff going on. Really fun. The boys return to their huddle. Vera. You. The orc glares at you. You sound mad. Leave. I do not wish to speak with you. Not at all. She just looks at you with a deep, unending rage behind her eyes. Right, she's still, yep, understandably. I did jeopardize that. The fancily dressed Free Strider strikes a pose as you approach him. He takes a deep whiff of the air and exclaims, "By golly!" I forgot what voice I did for him. What a beautiful day for an election! I'm scared for the future of this city. Oh, don't be. This'll be great, I promise. He lifts his chin. I've been present at over a dozen first elections across the coast in my time. I've seen the populace embrace the Free Strider ideal. Free trade, democracy, prosperity, liberty for all. How does Norvik compare? Oh, it's quite the unique beast, I'll tell you. Free Striderism is built on a core concept of freedom that it overcomes cultural barriers with ease, you see. But here in Norvik, it's even grander than usual. It's like a powder keg just wanting to pop off into a wonderful cacophony of prosperity. Maybe powder keg is a poor choice of simile, but still. Yeah, it is. He looks up towards the pillar and sighs. Oh yeah. Anyway, did you ever catch that smoking invisible man I mentioned? Oh, Lord Gorm? Yeah, I found him in the Beyond. Wait, isn't that... Yes, Lord Gorm, the Paladin of Norvik. He was the one behind the explosion! Snell leans against the wall and gives you a jaded look. Oh, there's the scroll. Well, not really. He was trying to blow up the election, actually, with a necklace of fireballs he got from Elim, but it went off prematurely in the tea shop that day. Oh, he was doing it to resurrect Earth, which maybe could have worked, but anyway, I also met Earth, who was sort of dead in the Beyond, and we had a chat. It was really informative, and quite a spiritual experience, if I'm being honest. I still haven't really processed the whole thing yet. We're going to see how he replies to that after this ad break. So 3 minutes and an hour of no pre-rolls after. So hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we will be right back. And we're back. All right. So with that whole diatribe of a response, the Free Strider stares at you with a slacked jaw. Oh, there was also a coup against the city by the Free Striders. You should look into that. Tell them about the corruption. Excuse me? Both Earth and Lord Gorm proved it to me, that some magistrates of Norvik are actively selling out the city to Free Striders. This includes casting Feeble Mind on the Lord Patriarch some years ago, and keeping it under wraps, though maybe you're already aware of all this, being a trade prince and all. Mary looks at you, then over to the pillar again. Look, the free cities have got lots of deals, some of them quite shady, but we actively fight against corruption of this kind. It would be complete hells if this got out in the public. I'll absolutely look into this. If there is foul play going on, I will be sure to handle it behind the scenes. You should put it out in the open. That's not quite how we handle things, cleric. Thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. He starts writing down notes to himself. You're not going to write about this in your books, are you? I don't think anyone would believe me if I did. Might be good for fiction, though. Shrug. He nods. Very glad you survived
Survived the beyond, at least. Wouldn't be too happy knowing I'd accidentally sent a cleric to his death. He lets out an awkward laugh. Laugh even more awkwardly. He gives you a wide smile. I'll be sticking around for a few more days. We should speak more when there's time. But first, you should place your vote, good fellow. All right, I need to do that. Yes, you do. For liberty, he exclaims and then lets out a bellowing laugh. But seriously, we should talk more. I'll find you. He winks. Cool, I'll talk to you later. Yeah. There's the duck. Nope.
Soldier.
The Dark Knight greets you with a word, his voice emanating ominously and quite esoterically from his armor. He does not say anything.
You cannot get him to speak, but you know all too well. There's something you are missing.
Figure out what's up with this guy.
Wait.
What?
By the gods. Look at his armor, his axe, the way he speaks. He's a paladin. One wrought in rage and darkness,
Resurrected by Viskin.
Yes. A shade of an old icon. You know which.
Oh gods, it's...
Yes. Bargo Darrow. The one and only. His corpse must have been stolen by the foul pale man.
You're Borgo Darrow. No response. You're Borgo Darrow, the hero of Norvik. He says nothing for a while.
He has not heard his name in a very long time. Darkness, soldier. Decades of service. All to darkness.
He shifts his armor as an unnatural creak reaching your ears.
The coast aligns itself to the tune of weak fools. Sticks bundled into kindling, waiting for a spark. I serve Viskin. I served Earth. A man needs to serve. Tomorrow I might serve another, or I might return to the darkness.
He leans in, his voice, or I return to the darkness. He leans in, his voice rough and low.
I am a shade, soldier. I serve and vanquish.
I don't understand.
That is not my problem, soldier.
You serve Viskin?
The necromancer animated me. I am a shade of his making.
What do you remember of Earth?
He was a man. He brought great things to the lives of men. I served him well.
You fought during the conquest. You killed trolls.
Foul beasts. They were good combatants.
What do you think about Earthfolk today?
They are weak. Their choices will haunt them. I care not to watch.
What do you think about your descendants? Magistrate Darrow is your, what, great-grandson?
I care not for their trifling. They are a clan of spoiled weaklings, an embarrassment on my old flesh.
You would like your great-great-granddaughter, though. She's an evil warlock assassin.
A what?
Yeah, she tried to kill me multiple times, with dark magic and everything.
Multiple times? She failed at killing you?
Yeah.
What an embarrassment.
Damn. That poor girl. No wonder she turned to the dark side. Her entire lineage is all judgment and no nurture. Hold on. I'm not that easy to kill. One embarrassed. Okay, same answer. I actually spoke with Earth just a while ago. He snaps his head in your direction. Oh shit!
Speak, soldier.
I met him in the beyond. He's dead, but his spirit remains.
Earth is. Tell me, what does he speak of?
He knows Norvik faces enemies on all sides, free striders, corrupt magistrates, foreign threats, and still he wants us to face the risks of democracy. He calls himself a hypocrite who chose genocide to avoid risk. He asked me if a man should look after his own tribe above all others.
A dead man drowning in thoughts, in the darkness.
The dark night grinds his gauntlets together.
When I learned he faded, I did not mourn, for he led the city into ruin. Earth was a fool. Earth was meek. That is why he failed.
Meek? No, sorry, not meek.
Heretical language from a shade of a man. Borgodero has fallen into despair, and this is all that is left of him. Leave him in his wallowing.
Maybe you're right. Time will tell. He is silent for a bit.
Ominous. Leave me, soldier. The time will soon come.
His voice turns into a whisper,
a wind upon the wind. The reckoning at last.
There's a lot of characters to talk to. I Takshil Ah. I can't understand her.
Primordial.
Oops. I don't think you understand me now, do you? She taps her hands together with a sigh. I said, wait a few seconds. She waves her hands. Yes, now? Yeah? Great. Sorry, tongues must have ran out. I can tell you that my stores have completely run dry since I last saw you. People really want to shop on elections, don't they? I'm afraid if you wanted to buy anything, you're too late. Should have taken the chance when you had it, my dear warrior. She winks. What a charmer. Do you know what a deck of many things is? Of course, a classic. Lots of those mythical tales floating around from around the Fade era, I think. They're all lost to time now, they say. But I've heard rumors of one or two hidden in some private collections. I used one just a while ago. Really? And you lived? It was a pretty esoteric experience, I'll admit. I find that highly impressive, cleric, warrior. I will make sure to find you later, to force you into indulging this tale of yours. That I promise. Enjoy your time. All right. And then there's the Goblin Assassin. There's Kraid and Ost and Viskin. The kobold stands in a corner, watching over the area with the eyes of a hawk. Cleric, go. I do not want to talk, not to you. That's rude. Why are you so rude? You are rude. Have you ever looked in a mirror? Rude face on cleric. You can't see my face. I have a helm on. No. I know you are ugly under metal. Very ugly. Sticks and stones may break my bones. That is true, but has nothing to do with conversation. Stupid cleric. The kobold growls at you. Cute. Do you want your crossbow back? The kobold squints at you. Cleric is playing game. I do not trust you. No, really. You can have it back. I'm done with my adventure now. Okay. He slowly lowers his guard and holds out a claw. Give, now. Here you go. He snatches it from your hands the second you hold it out. It is back. Ost hides it behind his back, as if you'd be taking again. You do not get again. Never. I'm going. Kraid? You approach the crocodile man, a deep growl coming straight from his stomach. The sound causes you to shiver. You know he is hungry. Kraid does not often visit the city during the day. Not so many good targets. A few, he says and nods. A few. Kraid hungers. You're not going to attack anybody, are you? Kraid considers it. The monster shrugs. For now, the hunt is sadly ceased. This election is not Kraid's time to shine. I've been meaning to ask, what's in those slog dogs anyway? The crocodile man stares at you for a moment. Then he shrugs. Depends. Kraid is master chef. Kraid makes slog dogs out of everything. So if I'm like allergic to something, you can't really guarantee my safety? If Cleric is, as you say, allergic, then Cleric does not have constitution for life anyway. Might as well die.
I disagree.
Cleric does as Cleric do.
He shrugs with a grin. So you're just hanging about?
Viskin asked. In case of trouble, he asked Kraid to, yes, hang around.
Kraid hopes there is trouble.
Kraid hopes there is trouble.
His mouth drools. Good day, Kraid. Viskin?
Hello, Cleric.
Hey, are you voting?
I have already done so, yes. I am an early bird.
Do liches need to sleep?
No, Cleric. I was being facetious.
Look at him for a few seconds and then say, what? Wait, facetious. I was being facetious. Wait, he wait.
I was being facetious.
Look at him for a few seconds. What?
I said I was being facetious.
That's not what you said.
That's not what he said.
Make agrees, just in case Master wonder.
I might have mispronounced that, Cleric.
It can happen to the best of us, don't worry. Snell holds his sides, laughing loudly, then suddenly stops and takes a step back. Please don't kill me, or the Cleric. Viskin stands there, not moving a single muscle in his stale, pale face.
I will consider it.
He then squints his eyes in the sun.
I will schedule a meeting with you, Cleric, about your trip to the Beyond.
Oh.
That information will be highly valuable.
Tell him. The knowledge and perspective he can provide will be worth it. I met Earth. He observes you.
Repeat that.
Earth. Earth and Lord Gorm. It's a whole thing. He stares at you blankly. He then looks to Snell. The goblin shrugs.
Come by the Lich House tomorrow. I must know more. I must also thank you for completing this quest of yours.
How do you know I completed the quest?
You escaped the Beyond alive, Cleric.
That implies one simple thing.
You dealt with whoever was on the other side.
He slowly raises his hand before forming it into a thumbs up.
Well done, Cleric. You have been an exemplary government employee. I will see you soon.
Yeah, see you soon. All right, and now the newest person that we got to interact with, the skull I mentioned earlier. You spot a familiar skull perched on the crumbling edge of an ancient snail tower overlooking the river. He's completely still, like an ornament of a particularly morose garden decoration. Bondival? Cleric! The skull spins to face you, gems twinkling. Come, sit with me. He gestures with nothing. He seems to think he gestured. Sit next to the skull. Ah, sometimes a man needs to stretch his legs, get some fresh air in his lungs. He has neither legs nor lungs. This spot is great, isn't it? The river, the sky. It's nice, yeah. But I've been thinking, Cleric. The skull rattles slightly. I need new doom. I quite liked your secret chamber. Very necromantic. My current alcove is fine. But fine is not spectacular. A necrolord deserves better. I feel like you might catch some attention if you wanted to leave your crypt. Is that what you want? The north wall! Have you seen the view from up there? Magnificent! I could set up a whole laboratory, balcony overlooking the city, maybe a reading nook by the window. The altitude alone would be worth it. The feng shui alone would lead to so much more altitude ley line access. Feng shui? Don't get me started. It's one of my hobbies. And I know what you're thinking. Why would an incredibly honorable lich like myself ever dabble in celestial bullshit? One reason. Balance of the elements. Radiance might hurt quite a bit, but that pain can be the secret to longevity, you know? I would know. I'm immortal. I live on North Wall. It's nice. You do? Good. Then you'll have a new neighbor soon. I have no strong feelings on your presence on North Wall. It's a very, very big district. Yes, it'll be perfect. How did you get out of the crypt?
What do you mean? I simply walked. In all honesty, if the average Norvikian saw a skull floating on by casually, then they would most likely not assume it was an evil undead. They would assume it was a joking illusion or cantrip by some neighboring kid. Are you really a lich? You seem more like a talking skull who reads too many magazine tales. I would retort with something clever, but I'm enjoying the sun far too much to entertain your inane comment. Good luck with that. Luck! Ha! Luck is for mortals who don't plan ahead. The skull turns back towards the river. Viskin thinks I'm being ridiculous, of course. But what does he know about interior design? Not much. His layer's pretty drab. Exactly! Anyway, good talk, cleric. Always a pleasure. Get up. If you need me, I'll be here. You will not. Everything you have learned from this mad demi-lich has already been extracted. Is it really okay for an undead creature like this to just hang out in the sun? A zombie or a ghoul might be affected in serious ways, but a demi-lich is no vampire. They have no hypersensitivity to sun and or regular light. See you around, Bondeval. Whew, got a lot of characters to talk to. Yeah, we learned about this guy, Raz, for a while. Human. I don't think he likes me. He doesn't like anyone. Raz glares at you from beneath that hood. Then he puts down his pipe with a scowl. I'm looking forward to the day all your human filth are wiped out for good. I don't remember what voice I did for him. I can promise you, it's not far away. Yeah, we deserve it. What? Kill me. Fuck you. Kill me, bitch. Snell is staring at the two of you with wide eyes. You see Raz reaching for his blade. He growls to himself. Anger growing. Fuck you. Then he kicks you. Maybe next time. Raz looks away and grumbles to himself. I think he's upset, Snell. Yeah, us goblins are so sensitive, you know. Fuck you. Fuck you. Inane. I should leave him be. This guy. Yeah, that was an exchange. All right. I saw that she's over this way, and I also wonder about the Sphinx. Oh, there's Lisa. God, oh my God, I have so many characters to talk to. Holy shit. This isn't gonna reach to the same level as my disco finale, but damn. This is going longer than I thought. And I'm going to have it go this long because I'm ready to be done. You see Rix standing outside the tavern, the stone table before her covered in papers.
Oh, why if it isn't the cleric?
What's up?
Bit of everything, it seems.
She stretches a bit with a sigh.
My goodness, such a lovely day. And here I am, busy as can be. You need help with anything? Oh, or maybe you want to share how your little quest went about,
Got any plans for after the election, Rick Spitter?
Oh, nothing I can talk about too concretely. Not yet, anyhow. I've got a few expansions planned. Currently, the third phase place built. The third place business is covered in housing and the palace, but Northwall is quite ripe at the moment. So I'm thinking of taking on something new there. I've got a few potential locations scouted out.
Northwall? I live there.
How lovely. Don't tell anyone you heard it from me, but there are plans for a new living complex on the upper dungeon floors. That means there'll be lots of foot traffic. That means lots of thirsty people. Anyhow, it's all just ideas and concepts, for now. Depends on who wins the election too. Hopefully the Free Striders. That should make my plans easier.
What about you, Lisa? Any plans for the future?
I've only just started to think about it, but...
Rick Spitter gives her a fiendish grin.
It's quite the idea.
The hag cackles. A nervous cackle.
There's no mega coven in Norvik. That will change with the election. Potion brewing focused on Ascani resources. That would be big business. There are many hags attempting to form something. Lots of intrigue going on behind the scenes. Now, I believe our dear Lisa here would be an excellent CEO. She's terribly skilled. She's got Free Strider contacts. Her CV is about twice as long as my life story. I'd have to actually join a coven to do that. Rickspitter blows out air and waves her comment off. Just make one! Going the communal socialist route of sharing and caring will only result in infights and power struggles. We can totally get you some funding. The Haglets will come dropping in like vultures afterwards. You'll have a mega coven in no time. Always the optimist. Fake it till you make it. She winks at you. I don't think we need a mega coven in Norvik. I beg to differ. Or actually, wait, no, hold on, let me... No, it should be more communal. I didn't see the communal thing until just a second ago. Communally, not commercially. See, the cleric is a traditionalist. Rickspitter smiles. If you can find 16 hags with a unified purpose and ideology, able to get along without petty backstabbing, then I say go for it. Hells, if you find any group of women able to do that, I'd fund their startup in a heartbeat. Not this again. I swear, the only thing holding women back are women themselves. If we didn't fight each other so much, we'd already be living in a matriarchy. Anyhow, I'll stop ranting now. Lisa's already heard this so many times. I have. She has. I've heard it too. He has. So you're okay leaving your hiding place, Lisa? Yes. The omen appeared to fade once you left us, cleric. Whatever you did, it removed the stink of blood and guts upon the strings. Looky that. I'd hate to see anything bad happen to Norvik's most prominent freelance hag. How nice of you to say that, Rix. I know, I'm a doll. Have you voted? She lets out a dramatic, exasperated breath. Hell's bells, I've completely forgotten about it. Voting was the last thing I've thought about today. She's got her eyes on the prize. The prize being economic prosperity. But yes, I should go and toss in my card. The hag, however, raises her hand and says, I voted at dawn when they opened. For the agriculturists, of course. I liked their manifesto. They're a bit too small business-minded for my preference, but not bad. Heading inside. Oh yes, you can't. We're closed. Don't worry, I have a key. The fiend thinks for a second, then snaps her fingers. Right, Ulzis. Just don't go losing that key. Ulzis is allowed to hand them out according to our contract, but I'm the one who has to pay for the replaced locks. So don't go dying in some cave somewhere. It cost me a fortune. What if I died via total body disintegration? That's more okay, as long as the key went with you, but... She sighs. Just forget I said anything. See you around. Alright, let's talk to Ulzis. Tell her what we encountered.
Big party outside?
Lots of people, yeah. She takes a swig of wine.
I have a good feeling about this one. This ongoing change, it feels different. Might just be my superstition, but perhaps all these people I share my lair with these days. But I like this era. It's interesting.
The Sphinx puts down her barrel.
Or maybe it's the wine talking,
she says with a mysterious smile. It's a good feeling.
You've only lived for 30-something years, human. Wait until you've lived through 3 eras, then you can comment.
I'm 27, actually.
Oh, interesting. She sips on the wine. As old as the era, huh? How prophetic.
Shrug.
Anyway, how did your little planeswalk go?
Went great.
Good to hear. I figured that emerald would work wonders. Been a while since I handed out a key like that. Anyhow, how did it go?
I met Earth.
You did? How was the old badger?
You're not shocked? Not even surprised? The massive cat woman shrugs.
I've seen stranger things. I'm just happy you survived. Going out beyond isn't exactly the safest hobby.
She finishes her barrel of wine and lets out a sigh.
What a lovely day. I think I'll have another. I'm in a very good mood today.
Did Iskorum come by to see you?
The snail? Oh, yes.
Haven't seen one of those in eras. Literally. He came by here? He did. We had a lovely little chat. That's nice. She laughs. It sounded like he wished very much to revisit me in the future. I'm looking forward to it. You sure you're not voting? I'm fine, truly. You're not lonely down here? Oh, my sweet cleric. This place will be packed tonight. I'm just enjoying the silence while it lasts. See you around. So she's very nonplussed about the fact that I met my god. And then there's this guy. The merman landlord is fishing in the river as per usual. He acknowledges your presence with a grunt. You still working on that fish? He grunts again. Remember that rock you caught? Yeah? Just after you left, I caught an actual catch. A big one. He holds out his thick arms to show you. 7 foot. Thick. Got one hell of a dinner that night. Good job. I'm assuming you dragging up that rock must have called it forth. Something in my gut tells me that. So thank you for that. He grunts neutrally. Grunt and leave. Grunt and... Alright. That's all the characters up here. Okay, I can't talk to you. Burr's up here. Burr waves his staff around the grass, causing little flowers to sprout. When he notices you, he tips his cap. Snell makes sure to keep a healthy distance from the conversation, which you understand his fear of mushrooms runs deep. It is tragic, really. Cleric! You speak normal now? No Burr? Ness cast tongues on me. Very nice of her. Very kind of her. Allows me to interact with people up here. Hey, Snell, you should come over here. Let's do some exposure training. What's that? What's that? Exposure training. Yeah. It's when you spend... Or, no. What's that? What's that? Exposure training? Yeah. It's when you spend time around things you're afraid of in order to get used to them. Sounds dumb. What if you're scared completely... What if you're scared, completely rationally scared of giant badgers? Are you supposed to go dive into their nests just to see how many meters of intestines they're able to rip out before you get rid of your fear? Dr. Burr, are you planning on ripping out my companion's intestines? I have no interest in that. He says he's not interested in that. Yeah, I can hear you. No offense, Mr. Burr. I'm just really not a mushroom kind of guy. That's okay. I really don't mind. I bet if you want to try that exposure training later, I bet Ness would love to get close to you. Despite the distance, you both hear and see the goblin shudder. I'll think about it. So polite. Anyhow, hello. Nice to see you up here. Yes, it has been a very long time. And not nearly as bad as I remembered. Potentially, it's simply because the weather is quite good on this day. But we will see. I probably won't stay too long. You checking out the election? I am. It is very interesting. Reminds me a lot of the hive-minded people I've interacted with over the years. For the people to sway the course of the colony, it seems like wisdom. Though it could backfire, depending on the general level of intelligence and individual wisdom of the people. The mushroom speaks true. People are way too stupid to handle democracy. You must believe in people. Liberty for all. I believe in us. Belief is good, I think, he nods. It's interesting to talk about this. Lots of people here seem to know about democracy. Thank you for sharing. Hope to see you around. You as well, Cleric. You appear to be a great person among your people. I wish you and your followers well. He speaks as if you are a god yourself. That's not possible. Ever. Whoa, careful. Don't want to get one of those egos. Nod and leave. There's Nessa. You see the elf conversing with the giant central tree of Tolstad, her words clearly articulated.
Oh my, do not fret. They do not wish you any harm. They are voting. It's called democracy.
She's speaking quite clearly. The leaves on the tree rustle and the elf chuckles.
Yes, it's quite silly, isn't it? Oh, cleric. I'm just having a chat here with Lord Pooh.
I'm not disturbing anything, am I?
Oh, no, don't worry.
The leaves rustle again, and the elf translates.
He says hello.
The branches sway in the wind.
In a minute now. We'll have to be polite first. The cleric is a great hero in the city.
What did he say?
Nothing, cleric.
She chuckles creepily.
I've been meaning to see how it went for you actually, with your little trip.
Glance at the pillar of Jor.
Yes, that trip. Lord Pooh here saw it all. He sees most things around here, in fact. So he is interested too, aren't you, Minun Punni?
It went well. I almost died, but that's usually how it goes with most things. Snell listens to your description intently.
Interesting. Communion with the primal strings and our little Vatar makes it clear the disturbance of the tea shop has been calmed as well. You should feel proud, cleric. That is an accomplishment.
Snell did a lot of the lifting.
Oh, did he now?
I mean, yeah. Maybe we should leave these two lovebirds to their action. Your companion mutters behind you. He stands quite a bit away as per usual.
Yes, perhaps we should. Although first I should speak with you about a certain topic. Druidism, cleric.
Druidism, a political movement pushed mainly by groves of collective druids across the coast. They have many divergent ideas, but primarily they focus on reverence for nature, primal spirits, and a focus on cultivating honorable relationships with the physical landscape and all its inhabitants. That is a true path to walk. What about it?
It has no real foothold in Norvik, but we have monthly meetups in various parks around the city. If you wish to partake in the next one, you have my official invitation.
Sure, would be interesting to listen in.
Wonderful. I'll be sure to get enough fika for all of us.
Fika, a dwarven term for tea and cookies, or something else sweet, usually used to take a break during work, to the dismay of employers everywhere. Yay, fika!
Yes! We usually discuss primal incidents, how to keep our parks and below areas safe from expansions and so on. I'm sure they would be interested in hearing about the tea shop. Some people expressed concern over if it was a primal or elemental related. I'll be glad to see you there, cleric. And I hope you two enjoy this election day. You've earned it.
She smiles. Snell clears his throat and looks awkward. Time to go then, cleric. Snell, I've been meaning to ask Snell, but why are you so scared of mushrooms? Where does this come from? Not scared. It's a rational aversion. Nassan chuckles, a deep chuckle. You can probably dig a bit here. Nope. Nah, ignore that. Snell looks at you, probably very aware of your thoughts. He shakes his head while maintaining eye contact. He can't read your mind, can he? I hope not. Let's try it. Scream internally and see if he flinches. Scream internally. The goblin looks at you funny, but does not flinch. Cleric, are you done? You've been standing there for a while now.
He appears to be deep in thought. Perhaps meditating. How relaxing.
Let's change the subject. Tell Lord Pooh thank you for the cash. Some good stuff in there. The tree rustles.
He understands you, and he tells you. Pooh, you can't say that.
She slaps the trunk.
I apologize on his behalf.
That's okay. I got the loot. That's all that matters.
Of course. She leans in and whispers to you. I will calm him down. Sorry about this.
Sure, yeah, sure.
Good. I'll leave it to it.
Yeah, so she's dating the tree. Nearly sits on the grass, playing a tune carried along the wind.
She is so deeply into her performance, she does not notice you approach. She's good. She plucks her strings, but they are connected to the esoteric music machine. An interesting way to make music. Esoteric music. How wonderful. No, just let her play. You approach the goblin chieftain sitting on the grassy field by herself. You notice several eyes fall upon you from the bodyguards stationed across the area. They're ready to attack you at a glance. She is enjoying the sun. So you do leave your throne at times. She squints at you before closing her eyes again.
Snell?
Yes, my lady?
Report. How did it go?
The necklace of fireballs was used accidentally in the tea shop. It was meant to go off underneath the temple on election day. Right about now, in fact. She leans forward in her seat and glares at her servant. Lord Gorm, in the Beyond, wished to use those deaths to bring back his god from the dead. She stares at him. You know, Earth.
I got that part.
Yeah, so, Lord Gorm was dealt with, and he is confirmed dead. Real dead, like dematerialized. She glances at you, then back to Snell.
I see.
So, the threat was neutralized. There should be no ongoing repercussions. The dragon clicks her tongue.
I want more details later, but good. Well done.
She turns to you with a slight smile.
You as well, cleric. The service you performed here is more than I ever expected.
Oh, and Snell also died.
He what?
She worries a lot about him. From a cursor's... He got better. Temporarily. I temporarily died.
You! That is a priority to mention in your report, Snell.
She picks up a hand fan next to her seat and slaps it at him.
Ouch! I'm fine. It was just a necrotic thing. I was out for a minute, tops. Earth raised me, no problem.
She glares at you both.
We'll have you checked up on later, Snell. I don't appreciate my runners going around with curses in their veins.
Lady Sageleaf then looks away twice before raising her eyebrows to the sky.
Excuse me, did you say Earth?
You handle that one. Yes, Earth lives in the space between. He's dead, but his spirit acts as a channel for magic.
He's just there.
Yeah, or rather, he used the last of his strength to reach out this time. We had a nice conversation, a good talk. She points a finger towards Snell.
I want a full report on this later.
Of course, Lady Sageleaf. Then the goblin chieftain grumbles to herself.
Esoteric bullshit.
Agreed. Cool esoteric bullshit.
Whatever, she groans. It's good to have you back. I am at least very glad you did not get stuck out there in the void. And you, Snell, I am very, very happy you made it out alive. You are my best runner, after all.
My lady. He bows. He loves her.
Oh, and one more thing.
Yes?
You know I am a dragon, right?
He stares at her. She gestures lazily towards you.
The cleric figured it out, so it was time for you to be told as well.
He blinks twice, then once more. He would ask her if she meant it metaphorically, but he knows all too well his lady does not speak in riddles as much. He struggles to find the words.
I know you suspected it.
His words, rather.
I know you suspected it, but here, I'll confirm it for you. I am a very old green dragon.
He closes his slack jaw. My lady,
Are you still happy serving me, despite knowing this secret of mine?
He bows immediately. Of course I do.
Then guard this secret with your life. There are many forces on the coast who would wish us harm, and had it been discovered.
She side-eyes you.
Of course, it is not a difficult veil to maintain. Who would believe such an obvious and fantastical rumor?
Snell takes a step close to his lady, his expression determined and excited. I have always wondered about your nature, my lady. he says softly as to not let anyone among the festivities overhear. It's a surprise, but it doesn't change anything. If there is no difference in the way you view goblins, if you are as loyal to us as we have been to you, then you are one of us, flame-breathing or not. Doesn't make a damn difference. She scoffs. A soft scoff. Scoff. The type to work as a disguise for some other, much warmer feeling. No flames from me, I'm afraid. I only produce heaps of chlorine gas. Snell's eyebrows shoot towards the sky. Chlorine what? You and me will talk more about all of this later, Snell. For now, you can rest assured this service you have provided has earned you a hefty promotion. Thank you, my lady. Adorable. His infatuation is showing. And don't look so shocked. Your peers will believe that I've chewed you out or something. She cackles. Your companion attempts to compose himself, then mutters, I'm just surprised the cleric figured it out so quickly. It was an accident, really. The literal dragon cackles and leans back on her rocky seat. Now go vote, you two. It's election day, for God's sake. Yes, Lady Sageleaf. Anything you say. She clicks her tongue with a smirk. So you're really okay knowing she's a... The goblin gives you a surprisingly nonchalant shrug. I won't stand here and say I'm unfazed, but... Really, it doesn't change much. If anything, it just makes me more certain. The halfway has a great future, and I'll be here to make sure it happens. Such a curveball out of nowhere and nothing? Not even a sliver of uncertainty? Your companion is strong. Snell will process this later. You are sure of that. Bow your head and leave. Oh, the bugbear. Well. Look at what Snell dragged back. It's the human man thing. In one piece, too. Very impressive, I know. Moongore lifts her mace up on her shoulder. Watch yourself, the selection day is ramping up. No trouble on Tolstad, but there have been some brewing on Northwall. Oh, anything bad? No, just sounds fun. Wish I could get in a brawl, just a little one. That'd make my day. Well, the cleric would love to do it now, but we really don't have the time. Boring. Aw. I'll be standing here then, hoping for something interesting to happen. She groans and adjusts her shield. Any moment now. You enjoying the music? It's pleasurable, yes. Nearly as an artist. Not many deserve such a title. Most who call themselves that simply sit in their dark abodes, typing or painting away at some deep and oh-so-meaningful static thing. No, real art lives in the air, like lightning, like blood before it dries. I get it. She ignores your words and lets out a deep grumbling growl. Now silence. The thunder is roaring. Have fun with that. Alright, I can't think of anyone else here to talk to, so we're gonna go see in the upper parts of here. I'm kind of sad to see this game done, because honestly, this has been a really cool experience. Oh man, there's a lot of characters though. Because then we just have Iskurum and the halfling over here. Oh, and the devil guy here. Oh, and Natir. Jesus Christ! Cleric! He sniffs a few times, then gives a half-enthusiastic wave. Besides him, you see Isk, who has clearly been asking a ton of questions to the halfling scholar. So you've met Iskurum? Look at this large snail man. I have! Heard you had a hand in letting him out of that stasis. Extremely fucking interesting. Thank you for the kind description, my good halfling. You are fucking interesting as well. Awesome, my two favorite local wise men meeting up. As well as your favorite devil, you hear Braxo call out from the other side of the tea shop. More like 5th or 6th. Been to the hells often then? He cackles. His cackle echoes up the city slope. Then he returns to his newspaper. So what are you guys talking about? Appledent here is catching me up on your civilization's current level of research. It is fascinating to hear about the various branches you have gone in. In some ways, you are not that far from our level, though you... let me try that again. It is fascinating to hear about the various branches you have gone in. In some ways, you are not that far from our level, though you have gone in wildly different directions when it comes to examining sentience. I'm writing all of this down, just so you know, and I'll gladly get as much research content from you as possible if you have anything with you mentally or physically. Yes, that can gladly be arranged once I get my laboratory in order. Heh, birds of a feather. Idiom. Peas in a pod. The goblin gives you a look. He's ready. 2 sides of the same coin. Great minds think alike. Marching to the same drum. Thick as thieves. His expression now says, you know that one? Damn. Pots from the same clay. Cut from. His eyes widen. The same cloth. He raises his hands, performing a classic goblin salute. You win. Thank you, thank you. Snor and Isk appear to have stopped paying attention to you and have returned to debating something esoteric. I'll leave you two to it. No, let the snail swear. Here we are. Election day at last. I forgot what voice I did for him. The little devil shows you a fiendish grin. You ready to vote, cleric? I'm a bit nervous, actually. Oh, damn, really? Might be that I can't read your face, but you always sounded real confident. He glances at the window. There's still time, though. No need to rush it. So many interesting people coming out here today. Plus, I'm sure you've got a ton of stuff to catch up on. Heard you went MIA for some time there. The devil chuckles. I went into the beyond. Oh. Yeah. As in actual planeswalking. More or less, yeah, just for a bit. Damn. Hope you didn't bring back anything nasty, like a virus or a curse. Starts sweating. He laughs. I'm kidding. Planar travel isn't exactly common these days, but the Arcanists used to do it all the time, so I'm sure it's fine. Because the Arcanists never did anything reckless, right? You're fine. The Beyond has many terrible dangers, but you avoided most of them. Now me, I'm getting brushed up on some stuff myself. These post-election months will be big business for me. But you don't know the outcome? I mean, sure, but the polling should be pretty precise. My professional estimation is this. The Nationalists will enter into a union with the Free Striders, then the city will face a massive amount of paperwork. We're talking rewritings of base laws, designing new company structures, trade agreements, citizenship documents. He rubs his little claws together. Stereotype. It's good business. So much work. I love it. You'll profit from the chaos. Sure. I mean, yeah. Not like this wasn't expected. It's a long time coming. I've obviously got a tight deal with Darrow, so wherever he goes, I tend to follow. What's your deal with Darrow? Just an informal thing. He helps me, I help him. Started a while back when he was getting started. I'm pretty good at finding loopholes, and he's the kind of guy who loves to stick a finger in them. Ew. Ew. No, not in a weird way. The devil is lawful evil. Who'd have thought? What's the legal status of a god who dies but exists in a fugue state between worlds? He stares at you for a few seconds. I have no idea. I mean, it's probably just a gray zone connected with general ghost business. Ghosts, ghasts, shades, spirits, will-o-wisps, and other spectral undead are obviously treated slightly different from reanimated corpses, but in general it's all the same. Yeah, ghosts, ghasts,
ghasts, spirits, shades, or shade spirits, will-o-wisps. They're illegal. Even a dead god would be... Even a god would have to get exorcised in that case. But I imagine if Earth spooked up the place, you'd get a slightly different reaction. Weird question, though. Why do you ask? I met Earth. Sure you did. No, really, he's stuck in the beyond. Fine, I believe you. In a theoretical sense. But I'd suggest not telling too many people. They'd either think you're crazy or trying to cause trouble on election day. Both, actually. He laughs. Have a lovely election day. You too, cleric. Think carefully and then vote. You can make all the difference in the world. His eyes gleam with sarcasm. All right. Ads are starting in about 5 minutes. Heads up. As you approach the angel, she turns to face you in the air, her glorious radiant aura enveloping your soul. Snell gives her a nod. I'll be over there if you need me. Then he scurries away. A tear turns her face, facing your general direction. The crowds are filling the streets. Voices cast for the future. Among all mortal behavior, it is this I treasure the most. Your incessant need to be heard. Her many eyes spin slowly around her head, deep in thought. Was he the same? You okay? She lowers her altitude, descending a bit closer to you. No, cleric. In mind and spirit, I am shaken. Her halo slowly comes to a stop. Be your own person. Do you speak as a follower of his divinity or as a man? In this case, I believe his words are nothing but pleas from someone who cares for you, nothing else. She nods. I will take his words as what they are, a suggestion. In the coming days, I must spend time on meditation. What my future brings will be my own choice. But if it matters, thank you. I appreciate your input on this matter, cleric. Oh, input? That's something you can work with. Or just hit her with a classic. A danger. You must beware. Makes sense. Strange feeling is hot danger, yes? Meek not understand, but master be careful. Wait, is this really the best time? It's the best time of all. Special day. Just had a deep conversation with her, or deep connection with her. She's open with you. You've got some nice banter. Go for it. I have something I'd like your input on as well. Yes, I understand. You wish to discuss copulation. Copulation. Your heart skips a beat. What? No, Etir! Gentle flirting does not equal intercourse. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You can't do this. Your heart is literally exploding. Yes. For now, only one thing can be attempted. Survival. Survive the flirt? Oh my god. The pain. The fear. Yes. I can handle this conversation. Yes. Etir? Yes, cleric? Let me take you out on a date. Her eyes begin to spin faster. On this day, I have chosen to act human. Perhaps that may continue in the coming weeks as well. You can be human or angel or anything you want. The angel stares at you with many, many spinning eyes. We shall meet for some time after this. For a date, as you put it. Okay. All right. Yeah. It is done. The lady has been wooed. Once this is over, that is. The angel floats gently before you, a faint smile appearing on her porcelain face. She is opening up to you. It is a wonderful feeling. The angel lowers herself all the way to the ground, her armored boots hitting the ground with a thud. Now, the sun is setting. I mean, in a while.
Metaphorically. Literally.
You have finished your job. I'm considering my path. What will be yours?
What do you mean?
What will you do once the city changes? Once the election reshapes its foundations?
I've thought about it. Her halo floats closely to your helmet.
She gives you time to think.
You've got options. You could be a freelancer. I'm going to help people no matter what. I yearn for the fields. Well, we'll pick after the ad break. So 3 minutes, hour for no pre-roll, so hydrate, stretch. We'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. All right. So, what could we do? Help people.
You are a good man, cleric. I like that.
Like we help people in whatever way we can and try to be good to each other.
I will watch your path with interest.
Thanks.
You are welcome.
Her many eyes observe you in silence as the roaring city around seems to fade away.
You've been unsure which gaze to meet all this time.
Those alien eyeballs rotating around, detached from her porcelain skin. But for the first time you feel certain. You see all of her, all at once. Look at her. Snell takes a few careful steps to you. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, but, not at all, Snell. We are finished here.
Good job to you as well, Snell. You have performed a great service. I do not speak on behalf of the city, but I am certain everyone in Norfolk is grateful to you.
He lets out an awkward chuckle. Something about compliments from a literal angel just makes you giddy. Sure, thanks. One more thing, Atir. What are you voting for? Her telepathic voice is silent for a bit. Then she answers,
I do not know.
Last second, huh?
Yes.
She holds out a hand in front of her face.
I have decided to be a bit more human for this day only.
Her many eyes look to the sky.
We'll see what fate brings.
Chaos. How interesting.
Oh, and you look at that. Maybe she'll even go yellow. Not glow, she'll go yellow.
Her heart is gleaming and good.
Perhaps even green. Bow your head and leave. That's a nice little moment. I wonder what happens with the Sphinx if you manage to ask her out. Alright, here's fuckwit Darrow. That smile on his face is a facade, of course. An expression simulacra, heavily trained over the course of 20 years on the job. He's an expert in his field, and his field is politics. He will respect you only if you serve him loyally, like a hound, or if you prove yourself competent and ruthless. He has no time for fools, but a man of his stature does not retain power if he does not recognize talent when it barks in his face. You see Coin Lord Darrow speaking to a brown-haired girl in a dress.
His daughter. It's just an application. You know well enough how proud your mother would be if you were accepted, Freitas.
I'm not going. And it's not just an application, Dad. For fuck's sake, you pretty much own them. He scoffs.
And when exactly did I buy this university?
The girl holds out a letter, shaking it in his face. Our name is in the damn pamphlet.
Look,
he says, actually calmly. It's the best establishment on the coast, sweetie. You could at least visit before you... He notices you standing there, a bit too late. Oh, yes. It's her. The so-called assassin.
Cleric.
Frey goes wide-eyed, glancing between you and Snell.
Anger? Fear? No. Her eyes are screaming, not these effing guys again.
Apologies for the swear word.
Sweetheart, we'll continue speaking about this over dinner.
Yeah. Yes, she mutters. She points 2 fingers your way when her dad doesn't notice. A message appears in your mind. Shut your fucking mouth and don't say anything to Dad. After sending the message, she mutters an awkward, "Of course, Dad," before sending you one more message. Please. Is this your daughter, Magistrate Darrow?
Yes, indeed.
He taps her on the head.
Our Freitas is quite the talent, you see. A proud inheritor of House Darrow.
Sure.
What's this about your new university? Oh, nothing. Just the typical big choices of the youth.
Magestone in New Thrazen.
Magestone, one of the most famous universities on the coast, situated in New Tazen.
I think I was pronouncing it Tazen. Oh, I think that might be a oops. I think that R's not supposed to be there. Half across the world.
Good luck in your application.
Thanks.
We'll talk more tonight, Frey.
The girl looks at her father and to you. Then she walks away, rubbing her eyes. The coin lord cuts in.
Cleric.
He wipes the dad expression from his face and crosses his arms.
Good thing you did not get lost in your little planeswalking bout. You must have found proof of your rogue spellcaster hiding in the beyond, I assume. The problem is, our beloved Lady Sageleaf was told everything.
He takes a step forward and glares at you.
She knows all the details of the tea shop and has already begun legal proceedings. I find that highly annoying.
The coin lord looks at Snell.
I believe your lady is already well aware of that fact.
Sure, he answers in a monotone voice.
You don't control me. Evidently not.
He sighs and rubs his temples.
No matter, it is what it is. And what it is a massive headache in the coming weeks. So thanks for that.
Enjoy it. The coin lord adjusts his expensive robe and lifts his head, looking towards the pillar of Jor.
Now, your esoteric excursion. What did you find there? The root cause was handled, I hope.
It was Lord Gorm, Hebel of the tea shop.
Lord Gorm?
He's taken aback by her words.
So he's not dead in some dungeon below?
Lord Gorm was planning on blowing up the election with a necklace of fireballs. It went off prematurely in the tea shop.
I'll be damned.
He genuinely did not expect to hear that. Then the coin lord nods.
Okay, I understand.
He was planning to resurrect Earth by sacrificing humans in Norvik. That's why he got the NOF.
He...
Darrow snaps his fingers.
I knew that bastard was a crazy zealot.
I defeated him in the Beyond. He did not survive.
Ah, good. Yes, well, the election is clearly going smoothly, so on behalf of the city, I thank you for your service, cleric.
Nod. The coin lord sees more people arriving from the hill, his eyes narrowing.
This is the end of our talk. As you might imagine, I'm quite busy on a day like this.
He starts walking away towards the crowd.
Be wise, be vigilant, cleric.
His words come across more as a threat than advice, to be honest. As he disappears up Tolstad, Snell lets out a groan. What an asshole. A massive, sneaky asshole. The biggest on Tolstad. Absolutely enormous. Gaping, if you will.
Oh boy. All right.
A few people remain in the queue, though most are finished, done with this charade. It's getting light. Your companion looks around the chamber, the faint yellow light filling every corner. Might be time to cast your vote, eh?
He's going to miss this.
Another job in the bag. Hells yeah. The goblin gives you a tired smile. Yeah, I've talked to enough people. Let's wait in line. Well, that's it then. A bit of a wait, and then it's done. Finally, I need a long, long rest. Same. Snell grabs one of the fence poles nearby, leaning his body weight upon it. To just stand like this is... Jesus, I feel like I'm getting feeble-minded. I'm still in a bit of shock, I think. Snell rubs his bloodshot eyes. You could always talk to the press. The press? Yeah,
Like, get this all down on print.
That could be a wonderful opportunity to share some Asgalist love.
I got a friend at the Post who'd love to write all about the Lumiere Kolachov. About this, Lumiere Kolachov. She's this crazy lizard woman. I think you'd like her.
Lumiere Kolachov.
Big name reporter for the Post. She writes articles about all kinds of esoteric bullshit, and is able to turn anything into a compelling story. Hey, you've read her work. Not sure how much you're able to say without getting in trouble with your bosses, of course. You got friends everywhere, it seems. In this line of work, I never seem to make acquaintances, only enemies of friends. He shakes his head. Love her work. She's what do you say, special gal. Could be fun, maybe. Something to think about. But that's for tomorrow, or next week, or next month. Who knows how the city will look by then?
How hollow it will all feel afterwards. But more importantly, will Snell be okay? Will his people make it through this change?
Will Lady Sageleaf be okay? Yeah, don't worry about her. I've helped build one hell of an institution here. It'll make it through, no matter who's running the show. The HBWT will survive, I'm sure of that. Whatever you do, do not equate them to cockroaches. You're right, you've got some spunk in you. Sure, we've got spunk. The goblin grins. Now you, on the other hand,
What about me?
well, what's your plan?
You will serve, bend over, pray for mercy. You will help make the city a utopia for all.
Snell gives you a moment to think.
He's actually interested.
I'll find another job if this whole cleric thing doesn't work out. Heh. He shoots you a wicked grin. Well, I'm sure you've got connections. Thanks again for telling Darrow to shove it. That was great to see.
I did? When?
You know, when he told you to dismiss me. That was cool. Really didn't expect it. Oh, and by the way, your voice is really high.
What?
Since you downed that mirror potion, it's still high-pitched. In a manly way, or? Oh, yes. The manliest mouse on the kingdom. The goblin grins.
The most evil grin you've ever seen in your entire life. As you keep talking, the chamber appears to grow ever thinner in bulk. You only have a few minutes left before it is time.
So the potion of transure gender is still in effect. Wow.
Okay.
Neat. Cool. Gestures towards the ballot box. You know, I gotta ask, about your political opinions. The goblin sighs. Clear your throat. Yeah? Hit me. What are you voting in the election, citizen? That's private.
He wants to have a piece of it to himself.
Understandable. You know, I had to ask. I did expect, yeah. But he lets out a hearty scoff. I'll tell you this much, though. It won't be for the Free Striders. Good choice. I'm not sure how healthy an anti-stance really is, but I'm sure they'll win in the end anyhow. They always seem to do just that. You're green, I'm assume? Yeah. Cool. I read your many comments correctly then. He brings out a yellow notepad. I'm not the type to write stuff down, I swear. But at some point I realized I should note down how often you make all these political comments. It got pretty ridiculous at some point. He flips through it. Here. Snell shows you a page full of scribbled lines. It's like 30 times, cleric. I'm not saying you shouldn't be politically engaged, but you're clearly a bit too fixated. Politics is important. It's more important than all of us combined. I suppose so. The goblin shakes his head, placing the yellow notepad back into his jacket. As he looks away, silence takes over between the two of you.
There's something. Something is left unspoken. It is weighing on Snell's mind.
He takes a deep breath. Just a bit longer, then it's done.
He does not want to address it unless you do first. Snell is a good person. You can trust him, and you understand him. What's he thinking about then? He's thinking of Earth. Ah. There's a lot unspoken about your encounter in the void. Let him ask it. You're thinking about something. I am? Yes, I can tell. Let's talk about Earth. The goblin slowly closes his eyes, relaxing his posture. He is carrying it no longer. Yeah, I have to ask. I just had a brisk conversation with the man who personally slaughtered my entire race. Let me ask, what the fuck am I supposed to feel about that?
I think you made your opinions very clear to his face, which is impressive, by the way. I figured I'm the only goblin alive who's actually going to get a chance to rage on the guy. Be ashamed to let that chance slip away. But he rubs his eyes. His brow furrows into a scrunched mess as he adjusts his jacket. A tick. I don't know. Part of me hates that he got to me is all. How do you mean? I should have shot him with the sling for what he's done, but something about that look in his eyes. I wouldn't expect that look in his eyes from someone expect that look in his eyes of someone with that kind of power, who had that kind of power. That he knew from the start that it was all just a gamble. I don't know how to even process that. And that's how all those gods went about it. Following divine visions of whichever die roll had the greatest chance of success. It's insane. Real-world choices cannot be broken down like that. It's far too complex. Sometimes I wonder if we all have our choices laid out like that, one after another, just odds and strings and in a tangled mess. Agreed. Snell places a claw against his temple. It's just, this old man stands there, defending every choice he's made, as if he were infallible, while also showing so much regret, like he knows how much he fucked up along the way. But he'd still do it again. That's the impression I gained, is that while he regrets what he did, he was, yeah, that is exactly it. Am I supposed to feel bad for him? Or should I be some all-forgiving monk just because he did his best? On top of that, he has the gall to tell me what I should do. Like his words are anything other than the ramblings of a dead god. Actually, let me try that again. On top of that, he has the gall to tell me what I should do. Like his words are anything better, God damn it. Like his words are anything other than the ramblings of a dead god. Fuck. I don't know. He looks down at the beautifully carved dwarven tiles. How do you feel about it? Follow your heart. Follow what your heart is whispering. He shouldn't have gone to Ascan to begin with. The goblin looks up. We should have all died in the old country by man-made curse bombs and magically infused legionnaire blades. But if I were in his shoes, I'd probably have done the same thing. If I had to choose between the halfways making it, or the rest of you humans, that is. I would also choose that. I hate humans now. Your comment forces a laugh out of him. Sure you do. The goblin's eyes are full of contemplation. He will think about this conversation as much as he will about the one with your god. I did it! The dwarf at the front of the queue yells, his voice echoing into the now almost empty temple chamber. I finally voted. I actually did it! He steps back from the ballot, wiping sweat from his brow. The dwarf turns to look over the chamber, tears streaming from his bloodshot eyes.
I didn't think it would be so difficult. At least you've got one guy who cares as much about politics as you.
With this gentleman done, you see nothing now. Nothing standing between you and your voice. It's time. You approach the ballot box. It's slit. A canyon of possibilities.
Time to cast this damn vote.
The guy next to you drops his own voting card. As he too leaves the chamber, only you and Snell remain.
Speaking of which, here.
From his breast pocket, the goblin shows you a freshly printed voting card, without any of the boxes filled in. You rummage in your pouch for a moment until you find it, your old voting card. It's so damn crinkled, and all the boxes are filled in for some reason. I already have one.
Yeah, but they won't accept it. The rules clearly state only one box can be filled in.
I'll use yours then.
Yeah, do that.
Look at the new card. You see the Norvikian stamp in the corner. The Perch. It is official.
The printing is a bit different from the card you received in the mail last week. Seems like the goblins must have ordered a new batch.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
He holds up another card, looking just as fresh.
I just snagged an extra when I took one for myself. Unceremoniously, Snell then drops his own voting card in the box. Huh? Done.
He did it? Just like that?
Wait, just like that? What do you mean? What do you want? A fucking ritual? Song and dance? It's in the box. That's what matters.
He has known for a long time what to put in this box. I guess it's not that hard to vote after all.
Depends on the person, I assume. Anyhow,
Snell steps aside.
Your turn, cleric.
The ballot box looms. Its shadow, ominous, emanating an uncertain future. Turning to leave, he instead looks back on with a scrunched expression.
Just gotta ask one more thing. The prayer.
What?
The prayer. The old man mentioned you would pray every night for one thing. It's been killing me, so I gotta ask. What was it?
Yeah? Can't hurt to share. Not like anyone will ever ask you again.
It's,
Snell crosses his arms. I would look out the window each night. I'd look at the, moon and the dark sky. Then I would ask Earth to give me one thing.
Yeah?
He leans in. What was it? Hold up a finger. One. Only one is enough. I prayed for one friend. The goblin listens. One friend. That would be enough.
That's...
Gives you a shrug.
It's not unreasonable.
Do I have low standards?
Potentially,
the goblin says, attempting to contain a laugh.
But that's not a bad trait.
He holds out a sharp claw. A show of friendship. A hand to shake. Be careful. Don't touch him too much. Shake it firmly. You give him a firm handshake. He grins. He is going to miss this.
See you around, cleric.
Your goblin companion then walks down the stairs, heading straight for the exit. As he goes, you hear him yell out,
"And don't vote for anything stupid!"
Watch him leave the Temple of Earth. Then you're alone. Turn back to the ballot box. You see it staring at you. Next to it, a simple pencil. Just you, and this amazing little box. Could you imagine? A dozen revolutions, decades of violence and upheaval, all to get you the chance to write whatever you want on that little piece of paper and drop it in this silly box. This silly box. You are now about to contribute as one in approximately 300,000. For comparison, the textbook on esoteric history you read for your tower's initialization was 320,000 words long. Imagine yourself as one of those words. Then realize how vastly little this action matters in the grand scheme of Norvik. Yet one single word in that tome can change its entire meaning. Vote. Vote for every person, each creature, all things in this world of yours. Vote. Pick up the pencil, look at the card. Everything upon your shoulders. As you bring forth the voting card, the pencil in your hand, a world watching. I know what I'm voting for. The ballot box believes you, so do it. Now choose. One final time.
Is this the voting? Sounds important. Meek thinks Master will choose good.
Thanks, Meek.
Yes, big thanks to me.
Your talking scarf morphs back into a not talking scarf. The ballot box calls to you. You can deny it no longer. What if I choose wrong? There is a reason goodness is aligned with intent rather than outcome. If you truly value the world, then there is no wrong choice, only an attempt to fight for the right. There is no correct vote, no wrong one either. Simply make do with this one singular voice of yours, an insignificant duty in a sea of mediocrity. Gods be damned, you cannot wait for this election to be over. It's just one vote. Doesn't really matter, right? It's more about the symbolism, supporting the democratic revolution and so on. One man fighting against impossible odds. There's nothing more significant. Stress. You must perform. I wonder what will happen to Norvik. Difficult to say. Chaos, order breaking down, complete collapse. Or more logically, nothing at all, since nothing ever really changes from banalities like democracy. The city will live on. It has dealt with bigger issues in the past, and it will survive worse disasters in the future. You will make it. You will make sure of it. There will be good days ahead, for you and all folk of this wonderful city. Now vote already. I vote for... Asgalists. You fill out the box with a heavy heart. For the ones who fall behind. For the ones who want to build an egalitarian dream. You are a good person. Hold up the voting card. You hold the card in your hand, the ballot box below. A symbol for everything you are, everything you can be. Once you put this voting card inside that box, you have already made your choice. Now follow the string.
And that's it. 5 hours later. Wow. Okay, so my thoughts collected are this. Wow, this game is good. This is a really, really cool game. I did not expect that final sequence to have taken as long as it did. I'm gonna be completely honest with y'all. And, unfortunately, I'm like, once these credits are rolling, I'm probably gonna immediately get ready to raid out. Sorry, I'm just getting ready to charge my phone. It is at 29%. Ooh, music. This is good music. So my thoughts on the game are this. Music, pretty good. Pretty good music. Love the graphical style of this game. It looks wonderful. The world building, fucking excellent world building. Holy shit, this is such an interesting setting. And characters came off as a tad one note at points, but they were very interesting in their personalities. And the writing overall, I'd say this game is pretty well written. The only criticisms I got is just that there are parts where it felt like it didn't really have the same kind of nuance of other games in the same genre. But I would say for certain, for an attempt from a dev that's on the more solo side of things, I am thoroughly impressed with what was done here. Like, I've had some really good moments in this game. I will not deny that. There have been some genuinely great moments that have happened in this, moments that made me laugh, and moments that made me just feel a good like the good kind of chill that Disco did. So, fair to say, I would recommend this game. Like, is it going to be the same kind of political depthness that Disco does, or other games that have a similar kind of deal with politics? No. Um, like, there were some instances where I felt like some dialogue choices either could have had a different option added or maybe been written a bit differently. But as a whole, as a whole, this was a really cool experience, and I would recommend it to anybody that wants to experience the setting, experience the ways the world thinks about magic in terms of modern law. Like, it's such a, like, that was some of the most fascinating stuff ever. Like, really, it's like seeing that kind of deep dive on it is really impressive and cool. Really good stuff. So, yeah, this is definitely on a contender for 2026 Game of the Year. I have not played all games this year yet because I've not just had the time to really do it, but honestly, this is something really cool, and it's nice to have seen a game that has such strong passion behind it and a clear love for wanting to really do something cool with the combinations of very politically charged commentary with Dungeons and Dragons style mechanics. It hasn't worked the strongest in terms of the combat, I would say, which is a point of criticism that I'll point to. Specifically when it came to like battles per se, and how I'd have to save and then reload an entire playthrough, because you don't really fight, you just kind of reload until you actually get a good enough roll to win, which happens in D&D, sure, but you can engineer ways to help yourself fight. You don't really fight in this game, and unfortunately that feels like it kind of went against the ideas of its mechanics, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's still good. I would still recommend this. So give this a wish list if you want. Try a different playthrough. Maybe you can end up rizzing the Sphinx. Yeah, I mean, I remember so long ago when I checked out the demo for this game that something cool was going to be up here. And sure enough, that ended up being the thing. But like, we ended up getting that. We got ourselves a really cool game here. So Christopher Boldegard, great game. Would really recommend your game a lot. Cool stuff. Planescape, yeah. And Planescape Torment and Disco Elysium specifically cited, and Monkey Island. So it wears its influence on its sleeves. And that's really nice to see how games can inspire people to really do stuff like this. So, good stuff. Good stuff. All right, but as I said, my eyes kind of burn and I'm very tired. Yeah. Good message from Chris Bodegard. Love to see it. With that, we end today's session. It's been an honor to DM for you over the course of this adventure. You, cleric, has been an incredibly interesting. Your cleric has been incredibly interesting to watch. Or should I say, your friendly local druid, right? Somehow you actually managed to score an actual date with a tier, the literal angel. I'm sure she's surprised about it as I am. Yet you went the distance and showed yourself interesting, to whatever small degree, before this ancient metaphysical being. Be proud of that, and a little afraid. Oh, and don't forget about your new buddy, Isk. He will have to seek out terrifyingly powerful magic in order to bring back his dear wife. You think he can do it? Maybe you'll have to help him out. A tear strike me as the kind of girlfriend that goes, "He asked for no pickles on his burger."
When it comes to Meek, you've obviously got a familiar for life. Though you'd better keep an eye out. That old master of his is definitely still around. Maybe you'll even get to have a chat with him at some point. Then there are questions surrounding those lost mines Axel was looking for. That sounds like a higher tier dungeon to me. I'm guessing that might be a great focus for the next adventure. Who doesn't love a good treasure hunt? Honestly, whatever Boldegard does next, I will keep an eye on. No matter what, the Golden Horde will keep a watchful, radiant eye on this city of yours. Lucky for you, that eye will not be very interested in you, though maybe that's a bad thing. It'll be exciting to see. And then there's Ilmestra. You didn't really run into her, did you? Maybe you did. We can never really be sure. There's something strange about Jor and his strings. You play them well in your mind, but as you uncover more about these twisted phrase, ask yourself this short question. What is the 50-50? Your cleric is also stacked with riches from the deck of many things, of course. I don't want to ruin your fun too much, but he is going to have to pay taxes on that. Plus, he collected it while on an official mission. Fuck! No, not taxes. Expect to keep less than half. Sorry, those are the rules. I didn't write them. Okay, I technically did, but trust me, I'll make sure your cleric keeps a decent chunk. Yeah, I gotta at least have enough to be able to pay off electricity for the month or something. Oh, and you did also buy those dungeon learn rights, so I'm sure you'll make even more money with that. Eventually. Right? Ultimately, though, I am most intrigued by your encounter with Earth. For Snell, it was a meeting with the horrors of the past. For Atir, it was a reminder. The more she stays put, the faster everything around her spins. For the cleric, it must have made a lasting impression. One that will shape his future and the era to come. Speaking of which, with the election done, I feel like this campaign needs a time skip. Couple of months? Years? Norvik is heading into tumultuous times, but your Asgard cleric will surely find purpose in the cause. I can't wait to see what you do next, Christopher Boldegard. Is there more? Okay, that's it. All right, well, that's it. I'm guessing that implies that maybe Christopher Boldegard will do a sequel. But yeah, I'm gonna probably just immediately stop. So thanks for watching, everybody, through this playthrough. This has been a delightful experience. For YouTube people, if you want to see when I am live next, I'm usually live Tuesday through Thursdays at 7 p.m. CST. And any changes to the schedule or schedule announcements I make over on my Blue Sky, so follow me over there. Links are in the description, so please go follow over on there. And yeah, so thanks for joining, everybody. Hope you all have a good rest of your time zones. Stay hydrated, keep your postures checked, be good out there, and I'll see you next time. Bye.